Howdy, I'm Cyber. Oh, Lord, loved. And today we're gonna be listening to a spoken about it. Listen to this book just countless times. Actually had it on set tape. Backed it up. This book, talk about it. My thoughts about it as we listen. You can see I'm a game developer and I'm working on the screen now, so we listen and do. So let's start it going. This is The Restaurant at the End of the Universe by Douglas Adams. By Douglas. You can't currently buy this anywhere. You can't get it. Might be like one or two cassette tapes on eBay for lots of money. But there aren't any of these for you can get from Audible or anywhere. So this is a real rare net archive type of thing. Um,
Dove Audio presents The Restaurant at the End of the Universe by Douglas Adams, read by the author.
There is a theory which states that if ever anyone discovers exactly what the universe is for and why it is here, it will instantly disappear and be replaced by something even more bizarre and inexplicable. There is another theory which states that this has already happened. Chapter 1. The story so far. In the beginning, the universe was created. This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move. Many races believed that it was created by some sort of god, though the Jatravated people of Viltvodel 6 believed that the entire universe was in fact sneezed out of the nose of a being called the Great Green Arkelseizure. The Jatravatids, who live in perpetual fear of the time they call the coming of the Great White Handkerchief, are small blue creatures with more than 50 arms each, who are therefore unique in being the only race in history to have invented the aerosol deodorant before the wheel. However, the Great Green Arkelseizure theory is not widely accepted outside Viltvodel 6, and so, the universe being the puzzling place it is, other explanations are constantly being sought. For instance, a race of
I love his usage of just all of the places that he makes up for location. You can see like one of the reasons I wanted to do this is because I'm making a space game, right? And it's a mix of like Trade Wars 2002, Wing Commander, some Star Trek. I mean, Trade Wars had some Star Trek in it as well, so there's kind of like a big mix there. Plus, like a whole bunch of stuff I want. Plus, like a lot of the love and care that Hitchhiker's Guide gave me. And one of the interesting things is like right now about 2,000 star systems is coming up with these names and having like names that mean something. And even if you like right now I'm just doing random and I just had like Chat GPT just spit out names because I don't have like language skills to make all of this stuff up. So it's really amazing to me that Adams could always come up with these crazy names and then track them. Like, I wonder how many times he had to flip through other books and be like, okay, what was the name of that? Or if he could just hold it all in his brain all the time. It's really interesting how, because they're just so detail rich. And as far as I can tell, rarely do they contradict each other than, when they're traveling through time or he makes changes. So it is kind of an interesting concept of names are just such a crazy thing that he's able to come up with and all of the different species and the different aliens, the details of them to the nth degree is just amazing.
intelligent pan-dimensional beings once built themselves a gigantic supercomputer called Deep Thought to calculate once and for all the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. For 7.5 million years, Deep Thought computed and calculated, and in the end announced that the answer was in fact 42. And so another even bigger computer had to be built to find out what the actual question was. And this computer, which was called the Earth, was so large that it was frequently mistaken for a planet, especially by the strange ape-like beings who roamed its surface, totally unaware that they were simply part of a gigantic computer program. And this is very odd, because without that fairly simple and obvious piece of knowledge, nothing that ever happened on the Earth could possibly make the slightest bit of sense. Sadly, however, before the critical moment of readout, the Earth was unexpectedly demolished by the Vogons to make way, so they claimed, for a new hyperspace bypass, and so all hope of discovering a meaning for life was lost forever. Or so it would seem. 2 of these strange ape-like creatures survived. Arthur Dent escaped at the very last moment because an old friend of his, Ford Prefect, suddenly turned out to be from a small planet somewhere in the vicinity of Betelgeuse, and not from Guildford as he had hitherto claimed. And more to the point, he knew how to hitch rides on flying saucers. Tricia McMillan, or Trillian, had skipped the planet 6 months earlier with Zaphod Beeblebrox, the then president of the galaxy. 2 survivors. They are all that remains of the greatest experiment ever conducted to find the ultimate question and the ultimate answer of life, the universe, and everything. And less than 500,000 miles from where their starship is drifting lazily through the inky blackness of space, a Vogon ship is moving slowly towards them. Chapter 2. Like all Vogon ships, it looked as if it had been not so much designed as congealed. The unpleasant yellow lumps and edifices which protruded from it at unsightly angles would have disfigured the looks of most ships, but in this case that was sadly impossible.
It's interesting. He just did a whole brief of like the first book in that first part. It's interesting because I mean he just gave away so much of the story that I think a lot of times people in the second book would kind of like drag that out, but there's so much going on and so much that he's going to give us in the next few chapters that it's like it's no big deal. Like here you go, and there's just a whole bunch more coming on its way.
Uglier things have been spotted in the skies, but not by reliable witnesses. In fact, to see anything much uglier than a Vogon ship, you'd have to go inside it and look at a Vogon. If you are wise, however, this is precisely what you will avoid doing, because the average Vogon will not think twice before doing something so pointlessly hideous to you that you will wish that you had never been born. Or, if you are a clearer-minded thinker, that the Vogon had never been born. In fact, the average Vogon probably wouldn't even think once. They are simple-minded, thick-willed, slug-brained creatures, and thinking is not really something they're cut out for. Anatomical analysis of the Vogon reveals that its brain was originally a badly deformed, misplaced, and dyspeptic liver. The fairest thing you can say about them, then, is that they know what they like, and what they like generally involves hurting people and, wherever possible, getting very angry. One thing they don't like is leaving a job unfinished, particularly this Vogon, and particularly, for various reasons, this job. This Vogon was Captain Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz of the Galactic Hyperspace Planning Council, and he it was who had the job of demolishing the so-called planet Earth. He heaved his monumentally vile body round in his ill-fitting slimy seat and stared at the monitor screen on which the starship Heart of Gold was being systematically scanned. It mattered little to him that the Heart of Gold, with its infinite improbability drive, was the most beautiful and revolutionary ship ever built. Aesthetics and technology were closed books to him, and, had he had his way, burnt and buried books as well. It mattered even less to him that Zaphod Beeblebrox was aboard. Zaphod Beeblebrox was now the ex-president of the galaxy, and though every police force in the galaxy was currently pursuing both him and the ship he had stolen, the Vogon was not interested. He had other fish to fry. It has been said that Vogons are not above a little bribery and corruption, in the same way that the sea is not above the clouds. And this is certainly true in his case. When he heard the words integrity or moral rectitude, he reached for his dictionary. And when he heard the chink of ready money in large quantities, he reached for the rulebook and threw it away. In seeking so implacably the destruction of the earth and all that therein lay, he was moving somewhat above and beyond the call of his professional duty. There was even some doubt as to whether the said bypass was actually going to be built, but the matter had been glossed over. He grunted a repellent grunt of satisfaction. "Computer," he croaked, "get me my brain care spec."
It's interesting how many places and that's like all he's gonna say about it. There's different things that he alludes to, and then he'll talk about it like one time, and they're like huge things that like why the planet was exploded, you know, or why the bypass was gonna go that way, or why was he more motivated. Like you only get some of these details like one time, and they just fly through it if you're not paying attention to the story. It's crazy because there's just so much stuff going.
Specialist on the line. Within a few seconds, the face of Gag Halfront appeared on the screen, smiling the smile of a man who knew he was 10 light years away from the Vogon face he was looking at. Mixed up somewhere in the smile was a glint of irony, too. Though the Vogon persistently referred to him as my private brain care specialist, there was not a lot of brain to take care of, and it was in fact Halfront who was employing the Vogon. He was paying him an awful lot of money to do some very dirty work. As one of the galaxy's most prominent and successful psychiatrists, he and a consortium of his colleagues were quite prepared to spend an awful lot of money when it seemed that the entire future of psychiatry might be at stake. "Well," he said, "hello, my captain of Vogon's prostetnik, and how are we feeling?"
I do wish some of this had made it into the movie, or at least the second movie been made, or because there's so much of this detail that you don't get in the movie. Like I never got to feel that the Vogons had any interest in money at all, and yet you start the second book and it's already like they're super interested in money, and oh he's greedy, and oh he there's actually like a back end reason, but the movie very clearly tries to push it off that it's just pure bureaucracy. It's really the bureaucracy that has to do this, and that's what matters. And so it is interesting that there's definitely a different feel in the two.
Today, the Vogon captain told him that in the last few hours he had wiped out nearly half his crew in a disciplinary exercise. Halfrant's smile did not flicker for an instant. "Well," he said, "I think this is perfectly normal behavior for a Vogon, you know, the natural and healthy channeling of the aggressive instincts into acts of senseless violence." "That," rumbled the Vogon, "is what you always say." "Well, again," said Halfront, "I think this is perfectly normal behavior for a psychiatrist. Good. We are clearly both very well adjusted in our mental attitudes today. Now tell me, what news of the mission?" "We have located the ship." "Wonderful," said Halfront. "Wonderful. And the occupants?" "The Earthman is there." "Excellent. And?" "A female from the same planet. They are the last." "Good, good," beamed Halfront. "Who else?" "The man prefect." "Yes?" "And Zaphod Beeblebrox." For an instant Halfront's smile flickered. "Ah, yes," he said. "I had been expecting this. It is most regrettable." "A personal friend?" inquired the Vogon, who had heard the expression somewhere once and decided to try it out. "Ah, no," said Halfront. "In my profession, you know, we do not make personal friends." "Ah," grunted the Vogon, "professional detachment." "No," said Halfront cheerfully. "We just don't have the knack." He paused. His mouth continued to smile, but his eyes frowned slightly. "But Beeblebrox, you know," he said, "he is one of my most profitable clients. He has personality problems beyond the dreams of analysts." He toyed with this thought a little before reluctantly dismissing it. "Still," he said, "you are ready for your task?" "Yes." "Good. Destroy the ship immediately." "What about Beeblebrox?" Well, said Halfront brightly, Zaphod's just his guy, you know? He vanished from the screen. The Vogon captain pressed a communicator button, which connected him with the remains of his crew. Attack, he said. At that precise moment, Zaphod Beeblebrox was in his cabin swearing very loudly. 2 hours ago, he had said that they would go for a quick bite at the restaurant at the end of the universe, whereupon he had had a blazing row with the ship's computer and stormed off to his cabin shouting that he would work out the improbability factors with a pencil. The Heart of Gold's improbability drive made it the most powerful and unpredictable ship in existence. There was nothing it couldn't do, provided you knew exactly how improbable it was that the thing you wanted it to do would ever happen. He had stolen it when, as president, he was meant to be launching it. He didn't know exactly why he had stolen it, except that he liked it. He didn't know why he'd become president of the galaxy, except that it seemed a fun thing to be. He did know that there were better reasons than these, but that they were buried in a dark, locked-off section of his two brains. He wished the dark, locked-off section of his two brains would go away, because they occasionally surfaced momentarily and put strange thoughts into the light, fun sections of his mind, and tried to deflect him from what he saw as being the basic business of his life, which was to have a wonderfully good time. At the moment, he was not having a wonderfully good time. He had run out of patience and pencils and was feeling very hungry. "Starpox!" he shouted. At that precise moment, Ford Prefect was in mid-air. This was not because of anything wrong with the ship's artificial gravity field, but because he was leaping down the stairwell which led to the ship's personal cabins. It was a very high jump to do in one bound, and he landed awkwardly, stumbled, recovered, raced down the corridor, sending a couple of miniature service robots flying, skidded round the corner, burst into Zaphod's door, and explained what was on his mind. "Vogons," he said. A short while before this, Arthur Dent had set out from his cabin in search of a cup of tea. It was not a quest he embarked upon with a great deal of optimism, because he knew that the only source of hot drinks on the entire ship was a benighted piece of equipment produced by the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation. It was called a Nutrimatic Drinks Synthesizer, and he had encountered it before. It claimed to produce the widest possible range of drinks personally matched to the tastes and metabolism of whoever cared to use.
I would have liked to have seen some type of game come out of this, like, if you were Arthur Dent, what 3 items would you have grabbed from your house before you left? Like, you know, they got a towel for it. But I think one of the things he would have grabbed, of course, would have been tea. Like, it. When the house was being destroyed, just grabbing some tea seems like it would have been a big help for him the entire time. Now, granted, how much tea could he really grab? Say he grabbed 100, you know, 100-bag box or something, and he had it with him the whole time. But I wonder what else the other thing would have been. Maybe comment in the comments what you think, like, what 3 things. I don't think he cared about his towel. Like, he wouldn't have brought a towel. Like, would he have gotten dressed? I mean, he spent most of the book in his pajamas, or most of the whole series in his pajamas.
Use it. When put to the test, however, it invariably produced a plastic cup filled with a liquid which was almost, but not quite, entirely unlike tea. He attempted to reason with the thing. "Tea," he said. "Share and enjoy," the machine replied, and provided him with yet another cup of the sickly liquid. He threw it away. "Share and enjoy," the machine repeated, and produced another one. Share and enjoy is the company motto of the hugely successful Sirius Cybernetics Corporation Complaints Division, which now covers the major land masses of 3 medium-sized planets, and is the only part of the corporation to have shown a consistent profit in recent years. The motto stands, or rather stood, in 3-mile-high illuminated letters near the Complaints Department spaceport on Edrax. Unfortunately, its weight was such that shortly after it was erected, the ground beneath the letters caved in, and they dropped for nearly half their length through the offices of many talented young complaints executives, now deceased. The protruding upper halves of the letters now appear in the local language to read, "Go stick your head in a pig," and are no longer illuminated except at times of special celebration. Arthur threw away a sixth cup of the liquid. "Listen, you machine," he said. "You claim you can synthesize any drink in existence, so why do you keep giving me the same undrinkable stuff?" "Nutrition and pleasurable sense data," burbled the machine. "Share and enjoy. It tastes filthy. If you have enjoyed the experience of this drink," continued the machine, "why not share it with your friends?" "Because," said Arthur tartly, "I want to keep them. Will you try to comprehend what I'm telling you? That drink, said the machine sweetly, "was individually tailored to meet your personal requirements for nutrition and pleasure." "Ah," said Arthur, "so I'm a masochist on a diet, am I?" "Share and enjoy." "Oh, shut up. Will that be..."
It really feels like this is where we're going with the government. This is what they want. They want to like scan your body and be like, okay, you need to eat this stuff that tastes like dog food. That's all you get. Share and enjoy.
Arthur decided to give up. "Yes," he said. Then he decided he'd be damned if he'd give up. "No," he said. "Look, it's very, very simple. All I want is a cup of tea. You are going to make one for me. Keep quiet and listen." And he sat. He told the Nutrimatic about India. He told it about China. He told it about Ceylon. He told it about broad leaves drying in the sun. He told it about silver teapots. He told it about summer afternoons on the lawn. He told it about putting in the milk before the tea so it wouldn't get scalded. He even told it briefly about the history of the East India Company. "So that's it, is it?" said the Nutrimatic when he had finished. "Yes," said Arthur. "That is what I want." "You want the taste of dried leaves boiled in water?" Yes, with milk." "Squirted out of a cow?" "Well, in a manner of speaking, I suppose." "I'm going to need some help with this one," said the machine tersely. All the cheerful burbling had dropped out of its voice, and it now meant business. "Well, anything I can do," said Arthur. "You've done quite enough," the Nutrimatic informed him. It summoned the ship's computer.
I love it. I love
said the ship's computer.
the
Cheap viewers on streambo.com, remove the space, at JNI4SB1J.
I love the AI is just it. You know, we're dealing a lot with AI right now. It's what 2025 September. I don't even know. August. So it's August, right? And the personality of ChatGPT and Grok and all of these is just it's horrific. Like it's gotten a little better with GPT-5. Like they really went through to try to make AI not as obnoxious. But it's very interesting to see where Douglas Adams in like the 80s was already thinking through all of this stuff, and this is what like corporate boards are thinking through right now. What is the personality of this robot going to be? What's the personality of this AI going to be? I really do wish Douglas Adams could have lived to see where things go because he's like the pioneer of all. Like, he was one of the first people like to sit down and like process out what does this even look like. And this one of the things I've been doing with the game that you just don't think about, like what's down that hallway over there and what's over here, and when you click and you go, and what kind of aliens are dancing and what kind of stuff is there. I mean, he was one of the first people to even be thinking about all this stuff, and yet people are getting paid, millions and millions of dollars to sit down and think about what Douglas Adams already thought about. Like, you could solve a lot of their issues by just like sitting down and reading these books.
The Nutrimatic explained about T to the ship's computer. The computer boggled, linked logic circuits with the Nutrimatic, and together they lapsed into a grim silence. Arthur watched and waited for a while.
If you're wondering what I'm doing on screen, so this is the ship that we're in, and I want to be able to go into behind here into a crew area. So I'm trying to work on like a basic starter layout concept. But my problem is I really like a few things. Like this domed one. It's so pretty. Like it's such a cool one. And then there's like this one that has this like really cool layout, and it should feel like a crew area. We're not really talking about like how many crew are on the ship, but there is crew. This might actually be really cool because I would like to have crew, and so I could like have them sitting in these chairs so that you could like click on them and stuff. That actually might be the thing I didn't like about this one is you can see on the edges that it's starting to struggle with detail. But in all reality, I probably have to go through and replace some of that anyways. So I might as well. Just it's not very flat. I really want to be able to just cut out like whole areas, but see how like that whole. But I think this is a good candidate. We could probably like use this style and try another one. Sorry, we'll get back to the book. If you're watching and you're trying to figure out like what the hell I'm doing, I'm just trying to look for ideas. But like this looks so good. You got like control panels over here. You got like a nice screen. We could put like ad rotating there. You got like a door here and another screen, and then you got some cards out here with some drinks already. Like none of this really. Maybe cards in the what that is. It looks like at first I just thought it was a stain, which would be perfect, but I could fix. But man, that's why I was struggling because this looks pretty good. The issue is like we're trying to match this ship. This is kind of what we have for the ship. You saw this is kind of what a planet looks like now. And we have space. These have like a so you know it's kind of like that. Like, I mean this is a different place. It's not the ship. This is kind of what like maybe one of the ships is. So what I really need to do too is I've been debating what to have on here, having these pictures of the inside of it scrolling. That's what I should have. Oh, so what was I struggling? Well, look at this one. This one's pretty good. It has like turret gun top. I'd have to probably take those out because like chairs need a little bit of maybe these are for alien. Okay, sorry, we'll get back to the book.
But nothing further happened. He thumped it, but still nothing happened. Eventually he gave up and wandered up to the bridge. In the empty wastes of space, the heart of gold hung still. Around it blazed the billion pinpricks of the galaxy. Towards it crept the ugly yellow lump of the Vogon ship. Chapter 3. Does anyone have a cattle? Arthur asked as he wandered onto the bridge, and instantly began to wonder why Trillian was yelling at the computer to talk to her, Ford was thumping it, and Zaphod was kicking it, and also why there was a nasty yellow
right there really quick. So he's looking for a kettle. Like what is he where's he going to get the fire? I mean, I assume there's a concept of water. Where's he gonna get all of the other pieces? Like, what kind of plant? What about milk? Where's he gonna get a cow with milk? Like, what is a kettle gonna do at this point? It's great. It's great.
Lump on the vision screen. He put down the empty cup he was carrying and walked over to them. "Hello," he said. At that moment, Zaphod flung himself over to the polished marble surfaces that contained the instruments that controlled the conventional photon drive. They materialized beneath his hands, and he flipped over to manual control. He pushed, he pulled, he pressed, and he swore. The photon drive gave a sickly judder and cut out again. "Something up," said Arthur. "Hey, did you hear that?" muttered Zaphod as he leapt now for the manual controls on the infinite improbability drive. "The monkey spoke." The improbability drive gave 2 small whines and then also cut out. "Pure history, man," said Zaphod, kicking the improbability drive. "A talking monkey." "Look, if you're upset about something," said Arthur. "Vogons," snapped Ford. "We're under attack." Arthur gibbered. "Well, what are you doing? Let's get out of here." "Can't. Computer's jammed." "Jammed?" "It says all its circuits are occupied. There's no power anywhere in the ship." Ford moved away from the computer terminal, wiped a sleeve across his forehead, and slumped back against the wall. "Nothing we can do," he said. He glared at nothing and bit his lip. When Arthur had been a boy at school, long before the Earth had been demolished, he'd used to play football. He'd not been at all good at it, and his particular speciality had been scoring own goals in important matches. Whenever this happened, he used to experience a peculiar tingling round the back of his neck that would slowly creep up across his cheeks and heat his brow. The image of mud and grass and lots of little jeering boys flinging it at him suddenly came vividly to his mind at this moment. A peculiar tingling sensation at the back of his neck was creeping up across his cheeks and heating his brow. He started to speak and stopped. He started to speak again and stopped again. Finally, he managed to speak. He said. He cleared his throat. "Tell me," he continued, and said it so nervously that the others all turned to stare at him. He glanced at the approaching yellow blob on the vision screen. "Tell me," he said again, "did the computer say what was occupying it? I just ask out of interest." Their eyes were riveted on him. "And, well, that's it really, just asking." Zaphod put out a hand and held Arthur by the scruff of the neck.
It's another thing that their relationship in the movie is a lot more comical, and he's not so racist. Racist is the wrong specious. Like he's all about the monkey speaking, and he's like, and yeah, he never gets his name right, but because they kind of made him dumb without having his other head, but it's just an interesting thing of the difference of tones too, that they, and granted it's Disney or whatever, but they definitely toned down the movie. I know a lot of people hate the movie; they'll be pissed off that I keep talking about it. It's the most visual part of it. If we go back to like the old TV series, it just there's not a lot to compare well for. Yeah. So there.
"What have you done to it, monkey man?" he breathed. "Well," said Arthur, "nothing in fact. It's just that I think a short while ago it was trying to work out how..."
Like, I could be wrong, but I don't remember him calling him Monkey Man over and over. And like maybe he referred to him time or something, but he wasn't like flat out insulting him the entire time.
Yes. Make me some tea."
"That's right, guys.
The computer sang out suddenly.
Just coping with that problem right now, and wow, it's a biggie. Be with you in a while."
It lapsed back into a silence that was only matched for sheer intensity by the silence of the 3 people staring at Arthur Dent. As if to relieve the tension, the Vogons chose that moment to start firing. The ship shook, the ship thundered, Outside, the inch-thick force shield around it blistered, crackled, and spat under the barrage of a dozen 30 megahertz definite-kill Photrazon cannon, and looked as if it wouldn't be around for long. 4 minutes is how long Ford Prefect gave it. 3 minutes and 50 seconds, he said a short while later. 45 seconds, he added at the appropriate time. He flicked idly at some useless switches, then gave Arthur an unfriendly look. Dying for a cup of tea, eh? He said. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Will you stop counting? Snarled Zaphod. Yes, said Ford Prefect. In 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Aboard the Vogon ship, Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz was puzzled. He had expected a chase. He had expected an exciting grapple with tractor beams. He had expected to have to use the specially installed subcyclic normality Acertitron to counter the Heart of Gold's infinite improbability drive. But the subcyclic normality Acertitron lay idle, as the Heart of Gold just sat there and took it. A dozen 30 megahertz definite kill Photrazon cannon continued to blaze away at the Heart of Gold, and still it just sat there and took it. He tested every sensor at his disposal to see if there was any subtle trickery afoot, but no subtle trickery was to be found. He didn't know about the tea, of course. Nor did he know exactly how the occupants of the Heart of Gold were spending the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds of life they had left to spend.
I would love to see
Quite
this
how Zaphod Beeblebrox
onesie, and it was really upsetting that we didn't get the next movie, and that because they had a series and then COVID hit, and then they canceled the series, but I think the TV series really, you have so much to work with. If they went through all of this in the series, and they went like books, and they didn't really add much to it, and they just such a great series, depending on, granted, the actors and who they put in it, but still, like, it's such a bummer that we don't get to see. It's one of the things that when really good video AI is accessible, where we can just kind of have custom movies, this is, I'd really like to see this. I'd love to see the interpretation of the rest of the books visually.
arrived at the idea of holding a seance at this point is something he was never quite clear on. Obviously, the subject of death was in the air, but more as something to be avoided than harped upon. Possibly the horror that Zaphod experienced at the prospect of being reunited with his deceased relatives led on to the thought that they might just feel the same way about him, and, what's more, be able to do something about helping to postpone this reunion. Or again, it might just have been one of the strange promptings that occasionally surfaced from that dark area of his mind that he had inexplicably locked off prior to becoming president of the galaxy. You want to talk to your great-grandfather? Boggled Ford. Yeah. Does it have to be now? The ship continued to shake and thunder. The temperature was rising. The light was getting dimmer. All the energy the computer didn't require for thinking about tea was being pumped into the rapidly fading form.
On a quick side note on seances, you know there's a seance in the Bible? And it wasn't a, oh, they tried and they failed. It was, oh, they tried and they succeeded. And, oh, that was a bad thing, and the punishments were pretty bad, and you shouldn't do that. But it worked. You know? So, you know, for a long time when I'd listen to this, I'd think, oh man, this is silly. But then I went through and I listened to the entire Bible, like the whole thing. And I was like, oh, he didn't just pull this out of his ass. Like, this is a biblical response that someone did at one point when they were in a lot of trouble in the Bible, and they thought, oh, well, I'm going to ask someone that's dead instead.
Field. Yeah, insisted Zaphod. Listen, Ford, I think he may be able to help us. Are you sure you mean think? Pick your words with care. Well, suggest something else we can do. Well? Okay, around the central console. Now, come on, Trillian, Monkey Man, move! They clustered round the central console in confusion, sat down, and, feeling exceptionally foolish, held hands. With his third hand, Zaphod turned off the lights. Darkness gripped the ship. Outside, the thunderous roar of the definite kill cannon continued to rip at the force field. Concentrate, hissed Zaphod on his name. What is it? Said Arthur. Zaphod Beeblebrox the Fourth. What? Zaphod Beeblebrox the Fourth. Concentrate. The Fourth? Yeah, listen. I'm Zaphod Beeblebrox. My father was Zaphod Beeblebrox the Second. My grandfather Zaphod Beeblebrox the Third. What? There was an accident with a contraceptive and a time machine. Now concentrate. 3 minutes, said Fort Prefect. Why, said Arthur Dent, are we doing this? Shut up, suggested Zaphod Beeblebrox. Trillian said nothing.
I love Arthur. Like, such an interesting personality, this story. And I'm an interesting person. I have a beef with, like, Luke Skywalker. Like, I think Luke Skywalker is just the biggest, pardon my word, but pussy in the galaxy. Like, he's always a wuss in the stories. He's always, like, you would think, oh, well, he has an arc, but even at the end of the movies, like, yeah, he stepped up a little, and now he can do some combat, but he's just such a wuss. And then in, like, the new movies, he, like, runs away because he fails, and, like, he's just, but Arthur has this really interesting wonder and inability to comprehend what's happening at any given moment. And I'm sure you've met some of these people in your life. And because of that, it adds just such a different flair to the whole thing. I don't think anybody would tell this story with this group of. I think that's why they can't get it funded in Hollywood, because nobody today would tell this story with this group of people, because it's not one PC and it doesn't match the DI quota, and oh well, they're kind of just wandering in space, and happenstance and all these things just happen, which is wonderful. It's one of the reasons I love the whole thing, and yet you just can't do that in a story today. Like, you have to have point A and point C and point B in the middle, which is literally what the whole story is about. If you kind of zoom out, is the bypasses and them tearing the house down, they're tearing the planet down, and the bureaucracy is tearing down everything in the universe because of bureaucracy, and yet sadly that's what's ended up happening. Instead of getting 100 more Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxies funded, we've gotten none. No. Instead of having more of these type of stories and more of these type of things, we've gotten Star Trek and Star Wars, and all of them just devastated, just destroyed. And yeah, you have like Serenity and Firefly, which was like this unique thing. It hasn't been restarted, or it's this once and like another thing. It's like lifetime. Instead of getting a whole bunch of more of those, we barely have any. So it is really interesting to see, sadly, that we haven't gotten more of those. But the fact that Arthur's wonder and questioning, while still kind of kicking the bucket along the way, and or kicking a can, I guess would be better. Like, kind of like, it's interesting because he almost has like a mix of Marvin in him. like he has some of that like Marvin tendency in the background that Marvin just really pulls it out like, oh, I'm just always so low. But you'd think Arthur like is that way, but yet at the same point he has this wonder and still desire to like go forward and still, but he always has the hesitation, he always has the doubt. And in Douglas's mind it's really interesting because I almost wonder if each of these, maybe not each of them, but at least like the Arthur and the Ford is his like voices in his head and his personalities back and forth. I wonder if that's why it was easier for him to write all of these, because maybe these were actually like the voices in his head that were constantly like talking this stuff out and bouncing back and forth. And you had the Arthur in his head that was, you know, the doubter and but still had this wonder, and then you have the Zaphod that's just like the the of two minds. Zaphod's always of two minds. And so then he's kind of like the wild one that's just like, just have a drink and just wing it and just do it. And this is really interesting to see like those whole things broken down, and then to watch him go through the whole series and how he reacts and doesn't react, or how he processes these, I mean, insanely difficult things. Like if most people went through this stuff, they'd just be crying in a corner. It's great. I love it. I love how he processed through. I wish we had more of this level of detailing concepts in video games that we've just lost as we stopped. I mean, it used to be that we had books and we took books and we made books in the video games, and so the video games were just really detailed and really amazing in those parts of it. And now we've stopped doing that to where there's so much eye candy, but yet the actual like back end details have been lost.
What, she thought, was there to say? The only light on the bridge came from two dim red triangles in a far corner, where Marvin the paranoid android sat slumped, ignoring all and ignored by all, in a private and rather unpleasant world of his own. Round the central console, four figures hunched in tight concentration, trying to blot from their minds the terrifying shuddering of the ship and the fearful roar that echoed through it. They concentrated. Still they concentrated, and still they concentrated. The seconds ticked by. On Zaphod's brows stood beads of sweat, first of concentration, then of frustration, and finally of embarrassment. At last he let out a cry of anger, snatched back his hands from Trillian and Ford, and stabbed at the light switch. "Ah, I was beginning to think you'd never turn the lights on," said a voice. "No, not too bright, please. My eyes aren't what they once were." Four figures jolted upright in their seats. Slowly they turned their heads to look, though their scalps showed a distinct propensity to try and stay in the same place. "Now, who disturbs me at this time?" said the small, bent, gaunt figure standing by the sprays of fern at the far end of the bridge. His two small, wispy-haired heads looked so ancient that it seemed they might hold dim memories of the birth of the galaxies themselves. One lolled in sleep, the other squinted sharply at them. If his eyes weren't what they once were, they must once have been diamond cutters. Zaphod stuttered nervously for a moment. He gave the intricate little double nod, which is the traditional Beetlejuicean gesture of familial respect. "Oh, hi, Great-Granddad," he breathed. The little old figure moved closer towards them. He peered through the dim light. He thrust out a bony finger at his great-grandson. "Ah," he snapped. "Zaphod Beeblebrox, the last of our great line. Zaphod Beeblebrox, the nothingth. The first. The nothingth," spat the figure. Zaphod hated his voice. It always seemed to him to screech like fingernails across the blackboard of what he liked to think of as his soul. He shifted awkwardly in his seat. Yeah, he muttered. Look, I'm really sorry about the flowers. I meant to send them along, but the shop was fresh out of reeds and... You forgot, snapped Zaphod Beeblebrox IV. Well, too busy, never think of other people. The living are all the same. 2 minutes, Zaphod, whispered Ford in an awed whisper. Zaphod fidgeted nervously. Yeah, but I did mean to send them, he said, and I'll write to my great-grandmother as well, just as soon as we get out of this. Your great-grandmother, mused the gaunt little figure to himself. Yeah, said Zaphod. How is she? Tell you what, I'll go and see her, but first, we've got to... Your late great-grandmother and I are very well, rasped Zaphod Beeblebrox IV. Oh, but very disappointed in you, young Zaphod. Yeah, well... Zaphod felt strangely powerless to take charge of this conversation, and Ford's heavy breathing at his side told him that the seconds were ticking away fast. The noise and the shaking had reached terrifying proportions. He saw Trillian and Arthur's faces white and unblinking in the gloom. Great-grandfather, we've been following your progress with considerable despondency. Yeah, look, just at the moment, you see, not to say contempt. Look, could you sort of listen for a moment?
I wonder...
I mean, what exactly...
How many of the dead watch my life in contempt? I know it's not something you're supposed to think about or most people comprehend, but there are times that I wonder and think, man, are they just sitting up? This dude just wasting life. Just wasting it. Life's just wasted on the living.
Are you doing with your life? I'm being attacked by a Vogon fleet, cried Zaphod. It was an exaggeration, but it was his only opportunity so far of getting the basic point of the exercise across. Doesn't surprise me in the least, said the little old figure with a shrug. Only it's happening right now, you see, insisted Zaphod feverishly. The spectral ancestor nodded, picked up the cup Arthur Dent had brought in, and looked at it with great interest. Great-granddad! Did you know, interrupted the ghostly figure, fixing Zaphod with a stern look, that Betelgeuse 5 has now developed a very slight eccentricity in its orbit? Zaphod didn't, and found the information hard to concentrate on, what with all the noise and the imminence of death and so on. Look, he said.
About random
Me
data.
spinning in my grave, barked the ancestor. He slammed the cup down and pointed a quivering, stick-like, see-through finger at Zaphod. Your fault, he screeched. 1 minute 30, muttered Ford, his head in his hands. Yeah, look, great-granddad, can you actually help? Because... Help? Exclaimed the old man as if he'd been asked for a stoat. Yeah, help, and like now, because otherwise... Help? Repeated the old man as if he'd been asked for a lightly grilled stoat in a bun with French fries. He stood amazed. You go swanning your way round the galaxy with your... The ancestor waved a contemptuous hand. With your disreputable friends, too busy to put flowers on my grave. Plastic ones would have done. Would have been quite appropriate from you, but no. Too busy, too modern, too sceptical, till you suddenly find yourself in a bit of a fix and come over suddenly all astrally minded. He shook his head, carefully so as not to disturb the slumber of the other one, which was already becoming restive. Well, I don't know, young Zaphod, he continued. I think I'll have to think about this one. 1 minute 10. Said Ford hollowly. Zaphod Beeblebrox IV peered at him curiously. Why does that man keep talking in numbers? He said. Those numbers, said Zaphod tersely, are the time we've got left to live. Oh, said his great-grandfather. He grunted to himself. Doesn't apply to me, of course, he said, and moved off to a dimmer recess of the bridge in search of something else to poke around at. Zaphod felt he was teetering on the edge of madness and wondered if he shouldn't just jump over and have done with it. Great-grandfather, he said, it applies to us. We are still alive, and we're about to lose our lives. Good job, too. What? What use is your life to anyone? When I think of what you've made of it, the phrase pig's ear comes irresistibly to mind. But I was president of the galaxy, man. Muttered his ancestor. What kind of job is that for a Beeblebrox? Hey, what? Only president, you know, of the whole galaxy. Conceited little mega puppy. Zaphod blinked in bewilderment. Hey, what are you at, man? I mean, great-grandfather. The hunched-up little figure stalked up to his great-grandson and tapped him sternly on the knee. This had the effect of reminding Zaphod that he was talking to a ghost because he didn't feel a thing. You know and I know what being president means, young Zaphod. You know because you've been it, and I know because I'm dead. And it gives one such a wonderfully uncluttered perspective. We have a saying up here, life is wasted on the living. Yeah, said Zaphod bitterly. Very good, very deep. Right now I need aphorisms like I need holes in my heads. 50 seconds, grunted Ford Prefect. Where was I? Said Zaphod Beeblebrox IV. Pontificating, said Zaphod Beeblebrox. Oh, yes. Can this guy, muttered Ford quietly to Zaphod, actually in fact help us? Nobody else can, whispered Zaphod. Ford nodded despondently. Zaphod, the ghost was saying, you became president of the galaxy for a reason. Have you forgotten? Could we go into this later? Have you forgotten? Insisted the ghost. Yeah, of course I forgot. I had to forget. They screen your brain when you get the job, you know. They'd find...
I think it's great that we're like the second book and now we're actually figuring out like some of the stuff, but it's funny because I think if you go back and you like listen to Douglas talk about all this stuff, pretty sure he's like making all of this up like as he's going, and he's always late on his deadlines, and so he's like forcing himself to sit in a work on all the stuff and make it up and put it all together. I think it's really fascinating to see how everything grows and connects, and he adds to it such a fascinating way.
My head full of tricksy ideas, I'd have been right out on the streets again with nothing but a fat pension, secretarial staff, a fleet of ships, and a couple of slit throats. Ah, nodded the ghost in satisfaction. Then you do remember. He paused for a moment. Good, he said, and the noise stopped. 48 seconds, said Ford. He looked again at his watch and tapped it. He looked up. Hey, the noise has stopped, he said. A mischievous twinkle gleamed in the ghost's hard little eyes. I've slowed down time for a moment, he said. Just for a moment, you understand. I would hate you to miss all that I have to say. Now listen to me, you see-through old bat, said Zaphod, leaping out of his chair. A, thanks for stopping time and all that. Great, terrific, but wonderful. But B, no thanks for the homily, right? I don't know what this great thing I'm meant to be doing is, and it looks to me as if I wasn't meant to know, and I resent that, right? The old me knew, the old me cared, fine, so far so hoopy, except that the old me cared so much that he actually got inside his own brain, my own brain, and locked off the bits that knew and cared, because if I knew and cared, I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to go and be president, and I wouldn't be able to steal the ship, which must be the important thing. But this former self of mine killed himself off, didn't he? By changing my brain. Okay, that was his choice. This new me has its own choices to make. And by a strange coincidence, those choices involve not knowing and not caring about this big number, whatever it is. That's what he wanted, that's what he got. Except this old self of mine tried to leave himself in control, leaving orders for me in the bit of my brain he locked off. Well, I don't want to know, and I don't want to hear them. That's my choice. I'm not going to be anybody's puppet, particularly not my own. Zaphod banged on the console in fury, oblivious of the dumbfounded looks he was attracting. The old me is dead, he raved. Killed himself. The dead shouldn't hang around trying to interfere with the living. And yet you summoned me up to help you out of a scrape, said the ghost. Ah, said Zaphod, sitting down again. Well, that's different, isn't it? He grinned at Trillian weakly. Zaphod, rasped the apparition, I think the only reason I waste my breath on you is that being dead, I don't have any other use for it. Okay, said Zaphod. Why don't you tell me what the big secret is? Try me. Zaphod, you knew when you were president of the galaxy, as did Uden Vranks before you, that the president is nothing. A cipher. Somewhere in the shadows behind is another man, a being, something with ultimate power. That man or being or something you must find, the man who controls this galaxy, and we suspect others, possibly the entire universe. Why? Why? Exclaimed an astonished ghost. Why? Look around you, lad. Does it look to you as if it's in very good hands? Well, it's all right. The old ghost glowered at him. I will not argue with...
I want to stop in really quick. I think this is another fun concept that he says, oh, well, there's this man or this person that's behind each of these places. If you biblically and in the other books, the apocryphal books, if you go through and look at it, at one point it says that each star was assigned an angel. You know, so you really could say that each star, or I mean even up to then each galaxy is assigned one person to look over it, or in some cases because those angels became man and came down to the planet to blah blah blah, you know, that this is still even biblical. There is one being somewhere watching over the soul system, or watching over, you know, they called them the Watchers.
With you, you will simply take this ship, this improbability drive ship, to where it is needed. You will do it. Don't think you can escape your purpose. The improbability field controls you. You are in its grip. What's this? He was standing, tapping at one of the terminals of Eddie, the shipboard computer. Zaphod told him. What's it doing? It is trying, said Zaphod with wonderful restraint, to make tea. Good, said his great-grandfather. I approve of that. Now, Zaphod, he said, turning and wagging a finger at him, I don't know if you are really capable of succeeding in your job. I think you will not be able to avoid it. However, I am too long dead and too tired to care as much as I did. The principal reason I am helping you now is that I couldn't bear the thought of you and your modern friends slouching about up here. Understood? No, yeah, thanks a bundle. Oh, and Zaphod? Yeah? If you ever find you need help again, you know, if you're in trouble, need a hand out of a tight corner, yeah? Please don't hesitate to get lost. Within the space of 1 second, a bolt of light flashed from the wizened old ghost's hands to the computer. The ghost vanished, the bridge filled with billowing smoke, and the heart of gold leapt an unknown distance through the dimensions of time and space. Chapter 4. 10 light-years away, Gag Halfront jacked up his smile by several notches. As he watched the picture on his vision screen, relayed across the sub-ether from the bridge of the Vogon ship, he saw the final shreds of the Heart of Gold's force shield ripped away and the ship itself vanish in a puff of smoke. Good, he thought. The end of the last stray survivors of the demolition he had ordered on the planet Earth, he thought. The final end of this dangerous, to the psychiatric profession, and subversive, also to the psychiatric profession, experiment to find the question to the ultimate answer of life, the universe, and everything, he thought. There would be some celebration with his fellows tonight, and in the morning they would meet again their unhappy, bewildered, and highly profitable patients, secure in the knowledge that the meaning of life would not now be, once and for all, well and truly sorted out, he thought. Family's always embarrassing, isn't it? Said Ford to Zaphod as the smoke began to clear. He paused and looked about. Where's Zaphod? He said. Arthur and Trillian looked about blankly. They were pale and shaken and didn't know where Zaphod was. Marvin, said Ford, where's Zaphod? A moment later he said, Where's Marvin? The robot's corner was empty. The ship was utterly silent. It lay in thick black space. Occasionally it rocked and swayed. Every instrument was dead, every vision screen was dead. They consulted the computer. It said,
I regret I have been temporarily closed to all communication. Meanwhile, here's some light music.
They turned off the light music. They searched every corner of the ship in increasing bewilderment and alarm. Everywhere was dead and silent. Nowhere was there any trace of Zaphod or of Marvin. One of the last areas they checked was the small bay in which the Nutrimatic machine was located. On the delivery plate of the Nutrimatic drink synthesizer was a small tray on which sat 3 bone china cups and saucers, a bone china jug of milk, a silver teapot full of the best tea Arthur had ever tasted, and a small printed note saying, Wait. End of side 1. Chapter 5. Ursa Minor Beta is, some say, one of the most appalling places in the known universe.
One of the
Although it is
things
excruciating
that I've always been bummed about in the movies, there's a lot of chapters that they just don't give you. There's a lot of times where like and the story's going along and just be an entire chapter of him just talking about something completely else or giving you like the definition of something, telling a sub story, which is great. And I wish more of that made it into the movie. I know that they have time restriction. You could probably take the movie and like break it down into 2 parts and have a 2-parter, but that wouldn't. So it makes sense, but it would have been nice, and they did in some parts where they brought it down and talk about like these things, and they have like the Hitchhiker's Guide open up and they do animation stuff, which is great. But I would have been there's more of these like chapters that it would be best if they had.
rich, horrifyingly sunny, and more full of wonderfully exciting people than a pomegranate is of pips, it can hardly be insignificant that when a recent edition of Playbeing magazine headlined an article with the words, When you are tired of Ursa Minor Beta, you are tired of life, the suicide rate there quadrupled overnight. Not that there are any nights on Ursa Minor Beta. It is a West Zone planet which, by an inexplicable and somewhat suspicious freak of topography, consists almost entirely of subtropical coastline. By an equally suspicious freak of temporal relostatics, it is nearly always Saturday afternoon, just before the beach bars close. No adequate explanation for this has been forthcoming from the dominant life forms of Ursa Minor Beta, who spend most of their time attempting to achieve spiritual enlightenment by running around swimming pools and inviting investigation officials from the Galactic Geotemporal Control Board to have a nice diurnal anomaly. There is only one city on Ursa Minor Beta, and that is only called a city because the swimming pools are slightly thicker on the ground there than elsewhere. If you approach Light City by air, and there is no other way of approaching it, no roads, no port facilities, if you don't fly, they don't want to see you in Light City, you will see why it has this name. Here the sun shines brightest of all, glittering on the swimming pools, shimmering on the white, palm-lined boulevards, glistening on the healthy bronzed specks moving up and down them, gleaming off the villas, the hazy air pads, the beach bars, and so on. Most particularly, it shines on a building, a tall, beautiful building consisting of two 30-story white towers connected by a bridge halfway up their length. The building is the home of a book and was built here on the proceeds of an extraordinary copyright lawsuit fought between the book's editors and a breakfast cereal company. The book is a guidebook, a travel book. It is one of the most remarkable, certainly the most successful books ever to come out of the great publishing corporations of Ursa Minor, more popular than Life Begins at 550, better selling than The Big Bang Theory, A Personal View, by Eccentrica Golumbitz, the triple-breasted whore of Eroticon 6, and more controversial than Ulon Kalufid's latest blockbusting title, Everything You Never Wanted to Know About Sex But Have Been Forced to Find Out. And in many of the more relaxed civilizations on the outer eastern rim of the galaxy, it has long supplanted the great Encyclopedia Galactica as the standard repository of all knowledge and wisdom. Although it has many omissions and contains much that is apocryphal, or at least wildly inaccurate, it scores over the older, more pedestrian work in two important respects. First, it is slightly cheaper, and secondly, it has the words "Don't Panic" printed in large, friendly letters on it.
On a side note, I own the domain don'tpanic.biz. I've had it 7. And when I started my IT company, I had to figure out what to it. Don't panic business technology. It's kind of a funny thing. This book really had a lot of effect on me as a kid, growing up, and even today, IT having to deal with technology and all this stuff is just a nightmare. Whole "Don't Panic" is just such a great name over.
Its cover. It is, of course, that invaluable companion for all those who want to see the marvels of the known universe for less than $30 Altarian a day, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. If you stood with your back to the main entrance lobby of the guide offices, assuming you had landed by now and freshened up with a quick dip and shower, then walked east, you would pass along the leafy shade of Life Boulevard, be amazed by the pale golden color of the beaches stretching away to your left, astounded by the mind surfers floating carelessly along 2 feet above the waves, as if this was nothing special, surprised and eventually slightly irritated by the giant palm trees that hum tuneless nothings throughout the daylight hours, in other words, continuously. If you then walked to the end of Life Boulevard, you would enter the Lalamatine district of shops, bowler nut trees, and pavement cafes, where the UM Beatons come to relax after a hard afternoon's relaxation on the beach. The Lalamatine district is one of those very few areas which don't enjoy a perpetual Saturday afternoon. It enjoys instead the cool of a perpetual early Saturday evening. Behind it lie the nightclubs. If on this particular day, afternoon, stretch of evening time, call it what you will, you had approached the second pavement cafe on the right, you would have seen the usual crowd of UM Beatons chatting, drinking, looking very relaxed, and casually glancing at each other's watches to see how expensive they were. You would also have seen a couple of rather dishevelled-looking hitchhikers from Algol, who had recently arrived on an Arcturan megafreighter, aboard which they had been roughing it for a few days. They were angry and bewildered to discover that here, within sight of the Hitchhiker's Guide building itself, a simple glass of fruit juice cost the equivalent of over $60 Altarian. "Sell out," one of them said bitterly. If at that moment you had then looked at the next table but one, you would have seen Zaphod Beeblebrox sitting and looking very startled and confused. The reason for his confusion was that 5 seconds earlier he had been sitting on the bridge of the starship Heart of Gold. "Absolute sellout," said the voice again. Zaphod looked nervously out of the corners of his eyes at the 2 dishevelled hitchhikers at the next table. Where the hell was he? How had he got there? Where was his ship? His hand felt the arm of the
I'd
chair
love
on
to
which he was sitting.
see the guide building in like all of these places that we talk about. Visually, I think it'd be a lot of fun to see what what they, because there's so much detail, but it's a cool concept to go through all of the details of the building. It's one of the reasons why I want to see Restaurant of the Galaxy, because even in the old BBC, like, just you have all these aliens from all over all of the all in one place, and it would be a lot to even do for a movie, but I think of like iconic scene, having that room, all of them there, and them at the chair, and that whole thing. If you did it right, it almost feel like they're at Casablanca. It'd be such a once in a lifetime thing. It'd be just such a great scene to see. It's a bummer that we didn't get to see any.
And then the table in front of him. They seemed solid enough. He sat very still. How can they sit and write a guide for hitchhikers in a place like this? Continued the voice. I mean, look at it, look at it. Zaphod was looking at it. Nice place, he thought. But where? And why? He fished in his pocket for his 2 pairs of sunglasses. In the same pocket, he felt a hard, smooth, unidentified lump of very heavy metal. He pulled it out and looked at it. He blinked at it in surprise. Where had he got that? He returned it to his pocket and put on the sunglasses, annoyed to discover that the metal object had scratched one of the lenses. Nevertheless, he felt much more comfortable with them on. They were a double pair of Jujanta 200 superchromatic peril-sensitive sunglasses, which had been specially designed to help people develop a relaxed attitude to danger. At the first hint of trouble, they turn totally black, and thus prevent you from seeing anything that might alarm you. Apart from the scratch, the lenses were clear. He relaxed, but only a little bit. The angry hitchhiker continued to glare at his monstrously expensive fruit juice. Worst thing that ever happened to the guide moving to Ursa Minor Beta, he grumbled. They've all gone soft. You know, I've even heard that they've created a whole electronically synthesized universe in one of their offices, so they can go and research stories during the day and still go to parties in the evening. Not that day and evening mean much in this place. Ursa Minor Beta, thought Zaphod. At least he knew where he was now. He assumed that this must be his great-grandfather's doing. But why? Much to his annoyance, a thought popped into his mind. It was very clear and very distinct, and he had now come to recognize these thoughts for what they were. His instinct was to resist them. They were the preordained promptings from the dark and locked-off parts of his mind. He sat still and ignored the thought furiously. It nagged at him. He ignored it. It nagged at him. He ignored it. It nagged at him. He gave in to it. Ah, what the hell, he thought. Go with the flow. He was too tired, confused, and hungry to resist. He didn't even know what the thought meant. Chapter 6. Megadodo Publications, home of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the most totally remarkable book in the whole known universe. Can I help you? Said the large pink-winged insect into one of the 70 phones lined up along the vast chrome expanse of the reception desk in the foyer of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy offices. It fluttered its wings and rolled its eyes. It glared at all the grubby people cluttering up the foyer, soiling the carpets and leaving dirty hand marks on the upholstery. It adored working for The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It just wished that there was some way of keeping all the hitchhikers away, Weren't they meant to be hanging around dirty spaceports or something? It was certain that it had read something somewhere in the book about the importance of hanging around dirty spaceports. Unfortunately, most of them seemed to come and hang around in this nice, clean, shiny foyer immediately after hanging around in extremely dirty spaceports, and all he ever did was complain. It shivered its wings. "What?" it said into the phone. "Yes, I passed on your message to Mr. Zarniwoop, but I'm afraid he's too cool to see you right now. He's on an intergalactic cruise." It waved a petulant tentacle at one of the grubby people who was angrily trying to engage its attention. The petulant tentacle directed the angry person to look at the notice on the wall to its left and not to interrupt an important phone call. "Yes," said the insect, "he is in his office, but he's on
Trying
an..."
to process all of these things as a man. I have no idea when I first heard these books. I mean, my sister, brother, they listened to them. That's where I would have heard them. So just thinking about like trying to process and build this stuff in your brain as a kid is one of the reasons why I think we have inner monologue. I think that prayer, one of those things that builds inner monologues because you're literally talking in your brain quietly. But this stuff as well, like it seems like, yeah, reading a book, but listening to this, even trying to like process through these wondrous and fantastic locations is what I'm building like today as an adult in video games. Same locations that I was like picturing in my brain, I see today. Like this picture you see right here, it's something that I saw in my brain, and then I just start putting each piece together, and some things come together and some things don't. And I kind of feel like I kind of like Bob Ross some of them, where I kind of want happy mistakes, and I want it to like build so that it has life and there's more to it. Like it's not just me rolling something, something that grew, developed. And I think that's one of the things that's how like the whole Hitchhiker's Guide series came about. Like it just grew and grew and became something. You know, to my understanding, he didn't just sit down and like pre-design everything and like plan everything out and say, oh, this is the arcs like they do for now, where shoot, they're planning out 9 movies and everything is sad, and you're like, but there's no like room for dirt. There's no room for growth or for mistakes or for happy trees. I really like the concept how Bob Ross really allowed things to have life and be alive and organic in the process, because I think organic in the process is a huge part of like the whole thing. Yeah.
Intergalactic cruise, thank you so much for calling. Slammed down the phone. "Read the notice," it said to the angry man who was trying to complain about one of the more ludicrous and dangerous pieces of misinformation contained in the book. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is an indispensable companion to all those who are keen to make sense of life in an infinitely complex and confusing universe. For though it cannot hope to be useful or informative on all matters, it does at least make the reassuring claim that where it is inaccurate, it is at least definitively inaccurate. In cases of major discrepancy, it's always reality that's got it wrong. This was the gist of the notice. It said, "The guide is definitive. Reality is frequently inaccurate." This has led to some interesting consequences. For instance, when the editors of the guide were sued by the families of those who had died as a result of taking the entry on the planet Tral literally, it said, "Ravenous bug bladder beasts often make a very good meal for visiting tourists," instead of "Ravenous bug bladder beasts often make a very good meal of visiting tourists." They claimed that the first version of the sentence was the more aesthetically pleasing, summoned a qualified poet to testify under oath that beauty was truth, truth beauty, and hoped thereby to prove that the guilty party in this case was life itself for failing to be either beautiful or true. The judges concurred and in a moving speech held that life itself was in contempt of court, and duly confiscated it from all those there present, before going off to enjoy a pleasant evening's ultra-golf. Zaphod Beeblebrox entered the foyer. He strode up to the insect receptionist. "Okay," he said, "where's Zarnywhoop? Get me Zarnywhoop." "Excuse me, sir," said the insect icily. He did not care to be addressed in this manner. "Zarnywhoop, get him, right? Get him now." "Oh, well, sir," snapped the fragile little creature, "if you could be a little cool about it." "Look," said Zaphod, "I'm up to here with cool, okay? I am so amazingly cool, you can keep a side of meat in me for a month. I'm so hip, I have difficulty seeing over my pelvis. Now, will you move before I blow it?" "Well, if you'd let me explain, sir," said the insect, tapping the most petulant of all the tentacles at its disposal, "I'm afraid that isn't possible right now, as Mr. Zarnywhoop is on an intergalactic cruise." Hell, thought Zaphod. "When's he going to be back?" he said. "Back, sir? He's in his office." Zaphod paused whilst he tried to sort this particular thought out in his mind. He didn't succeed. "This cat's on an intergalactic cruise in his office?" He leaned forward and gripped the tapping tentacle. "Listen, Three Eyes," he said, "don't you try to out-weird me. I get stranger things than you free with my breakfast cereal." "Well, just who do you think you are, honey?" flounced the insect, quivering its wings in rage. "Zaphod Beeblebrox or something?" "Count the heads," said Zaphod in a low rasp. The insect blinked at him. It blinked at him again. "You are Zaphod Beeblebrox?" it squeaked. "Yeah," said Zaphod, "but don't shout it out or they'll all want one." "The Zaphod Beeblebrox?" "No, just a Zaphod Beeblebrox. Didn't you hear I come in 6-packs? The insect rattled its tentacles together in agitation. "But, sir," it squealed, "I just heard on the Sabetha radio report it said you were dead." "Yeah, that's right," said Zaphod. "I just haven't stopped moving yet. Now, where do I find Zarnywhoop?" "Well, sir, he's in his office on the 15th floor, but he's on an intergalactic cruise. Yeah, how do I get to him?" "Well, the newly installed Sirius Cybernetics Corporation Happy Vertical People Transporters are in the far corner, sir, but, sir..." Zaphod was turning to go. He turned back. "Yeah?" he said. "Can I ask you why you want to see Mr. Zarnywhoop?" "Yeah," said Zaphod, who was unclear on this point himself. "I told myself I had to." "Come again, sir?" Zaphod leaned forward conspiratorially. "I just materialized out of thin air in one of your cafes," he said, "as a result of an argument with the ghost of my great-grandfather. No sooner had I got there than my former self, the one that operated on my brain, popped into my head and said, 'Go see Zarnywhoop.' I've never heard of the cat, that's all I know. That and the fact that I've got to find the man who rules the universe." He winked. "Mr. Beeblebrox, sir," said the insect in awed wonder. "You're so weird you should be in movies." "Yeah," said Zaphod, patting the thing on a glittering pink wing. "A new baby should be in real life." The insect paused for a moment to recover from its agitation, and then reached out a tentacle to answer a ringing phone. A metal hand restrained it. "Excuse me," said the owner of the metal hand in a voice that would have made an insect of a more sentimental disposition collapse in tears. This was not such an insect, and it couldn't stand robots. "Yes, sir," it snapped. "Can I help you?" "I doubt it," said Marvin. "Well, in that case, if you'll just excuse me..." 6 of the phones are now ringing. A million things awaited the insect's attention. "No one can help me," intoned Marvin. "Yes, sir, well..." "Not that anyone's tried, of course." The restraining metal hand fell limply by Marvin's side. His head hung forward very slightly. "Is that so?" The insect said tartly. "Hardly worth anyone's while to help a menial robot, is it?" "I'm sorry, sir, if..."
"I mean, where's the percentage in being kind or helpful to a robot if it doesn't have any gratitude circuits?"
"And you don't have any?" said the insect, who didn't seem to be able to drag itself out of this conversation.
"I've never had occasion to find out," Marvin informed it.
"Listen, you miserable heap of maladjusted metal."
"Aren't you going to ask me what I want?"
The insect paused. Its long, thin tongue darted out and licked its eyes and darted back again.
Is it worth it? It asked. Is anything, said Marvin immediately. What do you want? I'm looking for someone. Who? Hissed the insect. Zaphod Beeblebrox, said Marvin. He's over there. Insect shook with rage. It could hardly speak. Then why did you ask me? It screamed. I just wanted something to talk to, said Marvin. What? Pathetic, isn't it? With a grinding of gears, Marvin turned and trundled off. He caught up with Zaphod approaching the elevators. Zaphod spun round in astonishment. Hey, Marvin, he said. Marvin, how did you get here? Marvin was forced to say something which came very hard to him. I don't know, he said. But one moment I was sitting in your ship feeling very depressed, and the next moment I was standing here feeling utterly miserable. An improbability field, I expect. Yeah, said Zaphod.
This whole thing is my favorite Marvin pieces. Like, Marvin has a lot of like just epic one-liners, but he doesn't always have like sorry. He doesn't always have like the best or the longest like storyline because he's the main character, but he's not like the main character. Even though I have a theory, he is the main character in reality. Like in reality, the whole story is about Marvin. But beyond that, but this line for the next while and just interaction with Marvin is just so well done. I just remember as a kid just kind of being mesmerized by it, I guess you would say, because it's abnormal to storytelling and how normal things work and everything else you see. Like you'd never see this interaction with Marvin and the tank or whatever in like Star Wars or Star Trek. It just would never happen.
I expect my great-grandfather sent you along to keep me company. Thanks a bundle, Grandad, he added to himself under his breath. So, how are you? He said aloud. Oh, fine, said Marvin, if you happen to like being me, which personally I don't. Yeah, said Zaphod as the elevator doors opened. Hello, said the elevator sweetly. I am to be your elevator for this trip to the floor of your choice. I have been designed by the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation to take you, the visitor to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, into these their offices. If you enjoy your ride, which will be swift and pleasurable, then you may care to experience some of the other elevators which have recently been installed in the offices of the Galactic Tax Department, Booby-Loo Baby Foods, and the Syrian State Mental Hospital, where many ex-Sirius Cybernetics Corporation's executives will be delighted to welcome your visits, sympathy, and happy tales of the outside world. Yeah, said Zaphod, stepping into it. What else do you do besides talk? I go up, said the elevator, or down? Good, said Zaphod. We're going up. Or down, the elevator reminded him. Yeah, okay, up, please. There was a moment of silence. Down's very nice, suggested the elevator hopefully. Oh, yeah? A super. Good, said Zaphod. Now will you take us up? May I ask you, inquired the elevator in its sweetest, most reasonable voice, if you've considered all the possibilities that down might offer you? Zaphod knocked one of his heads against the inside wall. He didn't need this, he thought to himself. This, of all things, he had no need of.
I really think that this is where AI is going. Like, corporatization will take over AI, and just like we have ads in every single part of our life days forced on us, even if you pay for no ads, you still have ads. I think the doors are gonna you know, elevators, everything you interact with have some, you're going to be going up the elevator, and the elevator is going to be talking to you and telling you things and telling you ads. Just like now, and I'm in the U.S., you go to the gas station, while you're filling up gas, they've got a screen, in the gas pump giving you ads and telling you stuff and talking while you're just trying to fill up your vehicle. It's crazy.
He hadn't asked to be here. If he was asked at this moment where he would like to be, he would probably have said he would like to be lying on the beach with at least 50 beautiful women and a small team of experts working out new ways they could be nice to him, which was his usual reply. To this he would probably have added something passionate on the subject of food. One thing he didn't want to be doing was chasing after the man who ruled the universe, who was only doing a job which he might as well keep at, because if it wasn't him, it would only be someone else. Most of all, he didn't want to be standing in an office block, arguing with an elevator. Like what other possibilities? He said wearily. Well, the voice trickled on like honey on biscuits. There's the basement, the microfiles, the heating system. It paused. Nothing particularly exciting, it admitted, but they are alternatives. Holy Zarquon, muttered Zaphod. Did I ask for an existential elevator? He beat his fists against the wall. What's the matter with this thing? He spat. It doesn't want to go up, said Marvin simply. I think it's afraid. Afraid? Cried Zaphod. Of what heights? An elevator that's afraid of heights? No, said the elevator miserably. Of the future. The future?
I would love to see the elevator that's afraid of heights. Like that. That'd be fun. I always enjoy like a good Mr. Beast video, especially like the competitions and stuff. And I would love to see human versus AI. I need to write this down to. If they read comments, I think this is great. So it's human versus AI, and the human to like get anything has to convince. Right, and it has to convince the AI to do it, and there, that's like the whole thing is the AI and human having to like live together for 100 days or something, and it would be this, like it would just be this hellhole of trying to like not go insane because the AI has some fear of blah blah blah. And
exclaimed Zaphod. What does the wretched thing want? A pension scheme? At that moment, a commotion broke out in the reception hall behind them. From the walls around them came the sound of suddenly active machinery. We can all see into the future, whispered the elevator in what sounded like terror. It's part of our programming. Zaphod looked out of the elevator. An agitated crowd had gathered round the elevator area, pointing and shouting. Every elevator in the building was coming down very fast. He ducked back in. Marvin, he said, just get this elevator to go up, will you? We've got to get the Zani whoop. Why? Asked Marvin dolefully. I don't know, said Zaphod, but when I find him, he'd better have a very good reason for me wanting to see him. Modern elevators are strange and complex entities. The ancient electric winch and maximum capacity 8-persons jobs bear as much relation to a Sirius Cybernetics Corporation happy vertical people transporter as a packet of mixed nuts does to the entire west wing of the Syrian State Mental Hospital. This is because they operate on the curious principle of defocused temporal perception. In other words, they have the capacity to see dimly into the immediate future, which enables the elevator to be on the right floor to pick you up even before you knew you wanted it, thus eliminating all the tedious chatting, relaxing, and making friends that people were previously forced to do whilst waiting for elevators. Not unnaturally, many elevators imbued with intelligence and precognition became terribly frustrated with the mindless business of going up and down, experimented briefly with the notion of going sideways as a sort of existential protest, demanded participation in the decision-making process, and finally took to squatting in basements, sulking. An impoverished hitchhiker visiting any planets in the Sirius star system these days can pick up easy money working as a counselor for neurotic elevators. At the 15th floor, the elevator doors snapped open quickly. 15th, said the elevator, and remember, I'm only doing this because I like your robot. Zaphod and Marvin bundled out of the elevator, which instantly snapped its doors shut and dropped as fast as its mechanism would take it. Zaphod looked around warily. The corridor was deserted and silent, and gave no clue as to where Zarniwoop might be found. All the doors that let off the corridor were closed and unmarked. They were standing close to the bridge which led across from one tower of the building to the other. Through a large window, the brilliant sun of Ursa Minor Beta threw blocks of light in which danced small specks of dust. A shadow flitted past momentarily. "Left in the lurch by a lift," muttered Zaphod, who was feeling at his least jaunty. They both stood and looked in both directions. "You know something?" said Zaphod to Marvin. "More than you can possibly imagine." "I'm dead certain this building shouldn't be shaking," Zaphod said. It was just a light tremor through the soles of his feet, and another one. In the sunbeams, the flecks of dust danced more vigorously. Another shadow flitted past. Zaphod looked at the floor. "Either," he said, not very confidently, "they've got some new vibro system for toning up your muscles while you work, or—" He walked across to the window, and suddenly stumbled because at that moment his Jujanta 200 superchromatic peril-sensitive sunglasses had turned utterly black. A large shadow flitted past the window with a sharp buzz. Zaphod ripped off his sunglasses, and as he did so, the building shook with a thunderous roar. He leapt to the window. "Oh," he said, "this building's being bombed." Another roar cracked through the building. "Who in the galaxy would want to bomb a publishing company?" asked Zaphod, but never heard Marvin's reply, because at that moment the building shook with another bomb attack. He tried to stagger back to the elevator, a pointless maneuver, he realized, but the only one he could think of. Suddenly, at the end of the corridor, leading at right angles from this one, he caught sight of a figure as it lunged into view. A man. The man saw him. "Beeblebrox, over here!" he shouted. Zaphod eyed him with distrust as another bomb blast rocked the building. "No," called Zaphod. "Beeblebrox over here. Who are you?" "A friend!" shouted back the man. He ran towards Zaphod. "Oh, yeah?" said Zaphod. "Anyone's friend in particular, or just generally well-disposed to people?" The man raced along the corridor, the floor bucking beneath his feet like an excited blanket. He was short, stocky, and weather-beaten, and his clothes looked as if they'd been twice around the galaxy and back, with him in them. "Do you know," shouted Zaphod in his ear when he arrived, "your building's being bombed?" The man indicated his awareness. It suddenly stopped being light. Glancing round at the window to see why, Zaphod gaped as a huge, slug-like, gunmetal-grey spacecraft crept through the air past the building. 2 more followed it. "The government you deserted is out to get you, Zaphod," hissed the man. "They've sent a squadron of Frogstar fighters." "Frogstar fighters?" muttered Zaphod. "Zarquan, you get the picture?" "What are Frogstar fighters?" Zaphod was sure he'd heard someone talk about them when he was president, but he never paid much attention to official matters. The man was pulling him back through a door. He went with him. With a searing whine, a small black spider-like object shot through the air and disappeared down the corridor. "What was that?" hissed Zaphod. "Frogstar Scout Robot Class A out looking for you," said the man. "Hey, yeah? Get down!" From the opposite direction came a larger, black, spider-like object. It zapped past them. "And that was?" "A Frogstar Scout Robot Class B out looking for you." "And that?" said Zaphod as a third one seared through the air. "A Frogstar Scout Robot Class C out looking for you." "Hey, chuckled Zaphod to himself. Huh, pretty stupid robots, eh? From over the bridge came a massive rumbling hum. A gigantic black shape was moving over it from the opposite tower, the size and shape of a tank. Holy photon, what's that? Breathed Zaphod. A tank, said the man. Frogstar Scout Robot Class D, come to get you. Should we leave? I think we should. Marvin, called Zaphod. What do you want? Marvin rose from a pile of rubble further down the corridor and looked at them. You see that robot coming towards us? Marvin looked at the gigantic black shape edging forward towards them over the bridge. He looked down at his own small metal body. He looked back up at the tank. I suppose you want me to stop it, he said. Yeah. Whilst you save your skins. Yeah, said Zaphod. Get in there. Just so long, said Marvin, as I know where I stand. The man tugged at Zaphod's arm, and Zaphod followed him off down the corridor. A point occurred to him about this. Where are we going? He said. Zarni Whoop's office. Is this any time to keep an appointment? Come on. Chapter 7. Marvin stood at the end of the bridge corridor.
This is
He
my
was not, in
favorite
fact, a
part.
particularly small robot. His silver body gleamed in the dusty sunbeams and shook with the continual barrage which the building was still undergoing. He did, however, look pitifully small as the gigantic black tank rolled to a halt in front of him. The tank examined him with a probe. The probe withdrew. Marvin stood there. Out of my way, little robot, growled the tank. I'm afraid, said Marvin, that I've been left here to stop you. The probe extended again for a quick recheck. It withdrew again. You? Stop me? Roared the tank. Go on. No, really, I have, said Marvin simply. What are you armed with? Roared the tank in disbelief. Yes, said Marvin. The tank's engines rumbled, its gears ground. Molecule-sized electronic relays deep in its microbrain flipped backwards and forwards in consternation. Yes, said the tank. Zaphod and the as-yet unnamed man lurched up one corridor, down a second, and along a third. The building continued to rock and judder, and this puzzled Zaphod. If they wanted to blow the building up, why was it taking so long? With difficulty, they reached one of a number of totally anonymous, unmarked doors and heaved at it. With a sudden jolt, it opened, and they fell inside. All this way, thought Zaphod, all this trouble, all this not lying on the beach having a wonderful time, and for what? A single chair, a single desk, and a single dirty ashtray in an undecorated office. The desk, apart from a bit of dancing dust and a single revolutionary new form of paperclip, was empty. Where, said Zaphod, is Zarni Whoop? Feeling that his already tenuous grasp of the point of this whole exercise was beginning to slip. He's on an intergalactic cruise, said the man. Zaphod tried to size the man up. Earnest type, he thought, not a barrel of laughs. He probably apportioned a fair whack of his time to running up and down heaving corridors, breaking down doors, and making cryptic remarks in empty offices. Let me introduce myself, the man said. My name is Rooster, and this is my towel. Hello, Rooster, said Zaphod. Hello, towel, he added as Rooster held out to him a rather nasty, old, flowery towel. Not knowing what to do with it, he shook it by the corner. Outside the window, one of the huge, slug-like, gunmetal green spaceships growled past. Yes, go on, said Marvin to the huge battle machine. You'll never guess. Said the machine, vibrating with unaccustomed thought. Laser beams? Marvin shook his head solemnly. No, muttered the machine in its deep guttural rumble. Too obvious. Antimatter ray? It hazarded. Far too obvious, admonished Marvin. Oh, yes, grumbled the machine, somewhat abashed. How about an electron ram? This was new to Marvin. What's that? He said. One of these, said the machine with enthusiasm. From its turret emerged a sharp prong, which spat a single lethal blaze of light. Behind Marvin, a wall roared and collapsed as a heap of dust. The dust billowed briefly, then settled. No, said Marvin, not one of those. Good though, isn't it? Very good, agreed Marvin. I know, said the Frogstar battle machine after another moment's consideration. You must have one of those new Xanthic Restructron destabilized xenon emitters. Nice, aren't they? Said Marvin. That's what you've got? Said the machine in considerable awe. No, said Marvin. Oh, said the machine, disappointed. Then it must be... You're thinking along the wrong lines, said Marvin. You're failing to take into account something fairly basic in the relationship between men and robots. Well, I know, said the battle machine. Is it? It tailed off into thought again. Just think, urged Marvin. They left me, an ordinary menial robot, to stop you, a gigantic heavy-duty battle machine, whilst they ran off to save themselves. What do you think they would leave me with? Muttered the machine in alarm. Something pretty damn devastating, I should expect. Expect, said Marvin. Oh yes, expect. I'll tell you what they gave me to protect myself with, shall I? Yes, all right, said the battle machine, bracing itself. Nothing, said Marvin. There was a dangerous pause. Nothing? Roared the battle machine. Nothing at all, intoned Marvin dismally. Not an electronic sausage. The machine heaved about with fury. Well, doesn't that just take a biscuit? It roared. Nothing, eh? Just don't think, do they? And me, said Marvin in a soft, low voice, with this terrible pain in all the diodes down my left side. Makes you spit, doesn't it? Yes, agreed Marvin with feeling. How that makes me angry, bellowed the machine. I think I'll smash that wall down. The electron ram stabbed out another searing blaze of light and took out the wall next to the machine. How do you think I feel? Said Marvin bitterly. Just ran off and left you, did they? The machine thundered. Yes, said Marvin. Think I'll shoot down a bloody ceiling as well, raged the tank. It took out the ceiling of the bridge. That's very impressive, murmured Marvin. You ain't seen nothing yet, promised the machine. I can take out this floor too, no trouble. It took out the floor too. Hell's bells! The machine roared as it plummeted 15 stories and smashed itself to bits on the ground below. What a depressingly stupid machine, said Marvin, and trudged away. Chapter 8. So, do we just sit here or what? Said Zaphod angrily. Or what do these guys out here want? You, Beeblebrox, said Rooster. They're going to take you to the Frogstar, the most totally evil world in the galaxy. Oh, yeah? Said Zaphod. Well, they'll have to come and get me first. They have come and got you, said Rooster. Look out of the window. Zaphod looked and gaped. The ground's going away, he gasped. Where are they taking the ground? They're taking the building, said Rooster. We're airborne. Clouds streaked past the office window. Out in the open air again, Zaphod could see the ring of dark green Frogstar fighters round the uprooted tower of the building. A network of force beams radiated in from them and held the tower in a firm grip. Zaphod shook his head in perplexity. What have I done to deserve this? He said. I walk into a building, they take it away. It's not what you've done they're worried about, said Rooster. It's what you're going to do. Well, don't I get a say in that? You did, years ago. You'd better hold on. We're in for a fast and bumpy journey. If I ever meet myself, said Zaphod, I'll hit myself so hard I won't know what's hit me. Marvin trudged in through the door, looked at Zaphod accusingly, slumped in a corner, and switched himself off. On the bridge of the Heart of Gold, all was silent. Arthur stared at the rack in front of him and thought.
He caught Trillion's eyes as she looked at him inquiringly. He looked back at the rack. Finally, he saw it. He picked up 5 small plastic squares and laid them on the board that lay just in front of the rack. The 5 squares had on them the 5 letters E, X, Q, U, and I. He laid them next to the letters S, I, T, E. Exquisite, he said, on a triple word score. Scores rather a lot, I'm afraid. The ship bumped and scattered some of the letters for the nth time. Trillion sighed and started to sort them out again. Up and down the silent corridors echoed Ford Prefect's feet as he stalked the ship, thumping dead instruments. Why did the ship keep shaking, he thought? Why did it rock and sway? Why could he not find out where they were? Where, basically, were they? End of Side 2.
So good. But back to like the Marvin robot interaction. It is one of my favorite interaction. The whole Marvin series, like he gets a lot of time to just go through and be himself. It's so well done.
The left-hand tower of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy offices streaked through interstellar space at a speed never equaled either before or since by any other office block in the universe. In a room halfway up it, Zaphod Beeblebrox strode angrily. Rooster sat on the edge of the desk, doing some routine towel maintenance. "Hey, where did you say this building was flying to?" demanded Zaphod. "The Frog Star," said Rooster, "the most totally evil place in the universe." "Do you have food there?" said Zaphod. "Food? You're going to the Frog Star and you're worried about whether they got food?" "Without food, I may not make it to the Frog Star." Out of the window they could see nothing but the flickering light of the force beams and vague green streaks, which were presumably the distorted shapes of the Frog Star fighters. At this speed, space itself was invisible and indeed unreal. "Here, suck this," said Rooster, offering Zaphod his towel. Zaphod stared at him as if he expected a cuckoo to leap out of his forehead on a small spring. "It's soaked in nutrients," explained Rooster. "What are you, a messy eater or something?" said Zaphod. "The yellow stripes are high in protein. The green ones have vitamin B and C complexes. The little pink flowers contain wheat germ extract." Zaphod took it and looked at it in amazement. "What are the brown stains?" he asked. "Barbecue sauce," said Rooster, "for when I get sick of wheat germ." Zaphod sniffed it doubtfully. Even more doubtfully, he sucked a corner. He spat it out again. "Ugh," he stated. "Yes," said Rooster. "When I've had to suck that end, I usually need to suck the other end, too." "Why?" said Zaphod suspiciously. "What's in that?" "Antidepressants," said Rooster. "I've gone right off this towel, you know," said Zaphod, handing it back. Rooster took it back from him, swung himself off the desk, walked round it, sat in the chair, and put his feet up. "Beeblebrox," he said, sticking his hands behind his head, "have you any idea what's going to happen to you on the Frog Star?" "They're going to feed me?" hazarded Zaphod hopefully. "They're going to feed you," said Rooster, "into the total perspective vortex." Zaphod had never heard of this. He believed that he'd heard of all the fun things in the galaxy, so he assumed that the total perspective vortex was not fun. He asked Rooster what it was. "Only," said Rooster, "the most savage psychic torture a sentient being can undergo." Zaphod nodded a resigned nod. "So," he said, "no food, eh?" "Listen," said Rooster urgently. "You can kill a man, destroy his body, break his spirit, but only the total perspective vortex can annihilate a man's soul. The treatment lasts seconds, but the effects last the rest of your life." "Have you ever had a pangalactic gargle blaster?" asked Zaphod sharply. "This is worse." "Real," admitted Zaphod, much impressed. "Any idea why these guys might want to do this to me?" he added a moment later. "They believe it'll be the best way of destroying you forever. They know what you're after." "Could they drop me a note and let me know as well?" "You know," said Rooster. "You know, Beeblebrox. You want to meet the man who rules the universe." "Can he cook?" said Zaphod. On reflection, he added, "I doubt if he can. If he could cook a good meal, he wouldn't worry about the rest of the universe. I want to meet a cook." Rooster sighed heavily.
What are you
This is
doing
such-
here anyway?
those are
Demanded
such
Zaphod.
good
What's all this got to
lines.
do with you? I'm just one of those who planned this thing, along with Zarni Whoop, along with Uden Vranks, along with your great-grandfather, along with you, Beeblebrox. Me? Yes, you. I was told you had changed. I didn't realize how much. But I'm here to do one job. I'll do it before I leave you. What job, man? What are you talking about? I will do it before I leave you. Rooster lapsed into an impenetrable silence. Zaphod was terribly glad. Chapter 9. The air around the second planet of the Frog Star system was stale and unwholesome. The dank winds that swept continually over its surface swept over salt flats, dried up marshland, tangled and rotting vegetation, and the crumbling remains of ruined cities. No life moved across its surface. The ground, like that of many planets in this part of the galaxy, had long been deserted. The howl of the wind was desolate enough as it gusted through the old decaying houses of the cities. It was more desolate as it whipped about the bottoms of the tall black towers that swayed uneasily here and there about the surface of this world. At the top of these towers lived colonies of large, scraggy, evil-smelling birds, the sole survivors of the civilization that once lived here. The howl of the wind was at its most desolate, however, when it passed over a pimple of a place set in the middle of a wide grey plain on the outskirts of the largest of the abandoned cities. This pimple of a place was the thing that had earned this world the reputation of being the most totally evil place in the galaxy. From without, it was simply a steel dome about 30 feet across. From within, it was something more monstrous than the mind can comprehend. About 100 yards or so away, and separated from it by a pockmarked and blasted stretch of the most barren land imaginable, was what would probably have been described as a landing pad of sorts. That is to say that scattered over a largish area were the ungainly hulks of 2 or 3 dozen crash-landed buildings. Flitting over and around these buildings was a mind that was waiting for something. The mind directed its attention into the air, and before very long, a distant speck appeared, surrounded by a ring of smaller specks. The larger speck was the left-hand tower of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy office building, descending through the stratosphere of Frogstar World B. As it descended, Rooster suddenly broke the long, uncomfortable silence that had grown up between the two men. He stood up and gathered his towel into a bag. He said, "Beeblebrox, I will now do the job I was sent here to do." Zaphod looked up at him from where he was sitting in a corner, sharing unspoken thoughts with Marvin. "Yeah?" he said. "The building will shortly be landing. When you leave the building, do not go out of the door," said Rooster. "Go out of the window." "Good luck," he said, and walked out of the door, disappearing from Zaphod's life as mysteriously as he had entered it. Zaphod leapt up and tried the door, but Rooster had already locked it. He shrugged and returned to the corner. 2 minutes later, the building crash-landed amongst the other wreckage. Its escort of Frogstar fighters deactivated their force beams and soared off into the air again, bound for Frogstar World A, an altogether more congenial spot. They never landed on Frogstar World B. No one did. No one ever walked on its surface other than the intended victims of the total perspective vortex. Zaphod was badly shaken by the crash. He lay for a while in the silent, dusty rubble to which most of the room had been reduced. He felt that he was at the lowest ebb he had ever reached in his life. He felt bewildered, he felt lonely, he felt unloved. Eventually he felt he ought to get whatever it was over with. He looked around the cracked and broken room. The wall had split round the door frame, and the door hung open. The window, by some miracle, was closed and unbroken. For a while he hesitated. Then he thought that if his strange and recent companion had been through all that he had been through just to tell him what he had told him, then there must be a good reason for it. With Marvin's help, he got the window open. Outside it, the cloud of dust aroused by the crash and the hulks of the other buildings with which this one was surrounded effectively prevented Zaphod from seeing anything of the world outside. Not that this concerned him unduly. His main concern was what he saw when he looked down. Zarniwoop's office was on the 15th floor. The building had landed at a tilt of about 45 degrees, but still, the descent looked heart-stopping. Eventually, stung by the continuous series of contemptuous looks that Marvin appeared to be giving him, he took a deep breath and clambered out onto the steeply inclined side of the building. Marvin followed him, and together they began to crawl.
Marvin's just such a great character to go along through the whole it's such an interesting, like, computerized character, you know, because he's this robot android thing, but he's just such a great character throughout the whole series.
Slowly and painfully down the 15 floors that separated them from the ground. As he crawled, the dank air and dust choked his lungs, his eyes smarted, and the terrifying distance down made his head spin. The occasional remark from Marvin of the order of, "This is the sort of thing you life forms enjoy, is it? I ask merely for information," did little to improve his state of mind. About halfway down the side of the shattered building, they stopped to rest. It seemed to Zaphod as he lay there panting with fear and exhaustion that Marvin seemed a mite more cheerful than usual. Eventually he realized this wasn't so. The robot just seemed cheerful in comparison with his own mood. A large, scraggy black bird came flapping through the slowly settling clouds of dust, and stretching down its scrawny legs, landed on an inclined window ledge a couple of yards from Zaphod. It folded its ungainly wings and teetered awkwardly on its perch. Its wingspan must have been something like 6 feet, and its head and neck seemed curiously large for a bird. Its face was flat, the beak underdeveloped, and halfway along the underside of its wings, the vestiges of something hand-like could clearly be seen. In fact, it looked almost human. It turned its heavy eyes on Zaphod and clicked its beak in a desultory fashion. "Go away," said Zaphod. "Okay," muttered the bird morosely, and flapped off into the dust again. Zaphod watched its departure in bewilderment. "Did that bird just talk to me?" he asked Marvin nervously. He was quite prepared to believe the alternative explanation that he was in fact hallucinating. "Yes," confirmed Marvin. "Poor souls," said a deep, ethereal voice in Zaphod's ear. Twisting round violently to find the source of the voice nearly caused Zaphod to fall off the building. He grabbed savagely at a protruding window fitting and cut his hand on it. He hung on, breathing heavily. The voice had no visible source whatsoever. There was no one there. Nevertheless, it spoke again. "A tragic history behind them, you know. A terrible blight." Zaphod looked wildly about. The voice was deep and quiet. In other circumstances, it would have been described as soothing. There is, however, nothing soothing about being addressed by a disembodied voice out of nowhere, particularly when you are, like Zaphod Beeblebrox, not at your best and hanging from a ledge 8 stories up a crashed building. "Hey, he stammered. "Shall I tell you their story?" inquired the voice quietly. "Hey, who are you?" panted Zaphod. "Where are you?" "Later then, perhaps," murmured the voice. "I am Gargravar. I am the custodian of the total perspective vortex." "Why can't I see you?" "You will find your progress down the building greatly facilitated," the voice lifted, "if you move about 2 yards to your left. Why don't you try it?" Zaphod looked and saw a series of short horizontal grooves leading all the way down the side of the building. Gratefully, he shifted himself across to them. "Why don't I see you again at the bottom?" said the voice in his ear.
and as it spoke, it faded. "Hey!" called out Zaphod, "where are you?" "It'll only take you a couple of minutes," said the voice very faintly. "Marvin," said Zaphod earnestly to the robot squatting dejectedly next to him. Did a voice just... "Yes," Marvin replied tersely. Zaphod nodded. He took out his peril-sensitive sunglasses again. They were completely black, and by now quite badly scratched by the unexpected metal object in his pocket. He put them on. He would find his way down the building more comfortably if he didn't actually have to look at what he was doing. Minutes later, he clambered over the ripped and mangled foundations of the building, and once more, removing his sunglasses, he dropped to the ground. Marvin joined him a moment or so later, and lay face down in the dust and rubble, from which position he seemed disinclined to move. "Ah, there you are," said the voice suddenly in Zaphod's ear. "Excuse me leaving you like that. It's just that I have a terrible head for heights. At least," it added wistfully, "I did have a terrible head for heights." Zaphod looked around slowly and carefully, just to see if he had missed something which might be the source of the voice. All he saw, however, was the dust, the rubble, and the towering hulks of the encircling buildings. "Hey, why can't I see you?" he said. "Why aren't you here?" "I am here," said the voice slowly. "My body wanted to come, but it's a bit busy at the moment. Things to do, people to see." After what seemed like a sort of ethereal sigh, it added, "You know how it is with bodies." Zaphod wasn't sure about this. "I thought I did," he said. "I only hope it's gone in for a rest cure," continued the voice. "The way it's been living recently, it must be on its last elbows." "Elbows?" said Zaphod. "Don't you mean last legs?" The voice said nothing for a while. Zaphod looked around uneasily. Didn't know if it had gone or was still there or what it was doing. Then the voice spoke again. "So you are to be put into the vortex, yes?" Well," said Zaphod with a very poor attempt at nonchalance. "This cat's in no hurry, you know. I can just slouch about and take a look at the local scenery, you know." "Have you seen the local scenery?" asked the voice of Gargravar. No." Zaphod clambered over the rubble and rounded the corner of one of the wrecked buildings that was obscuring his view. He looked out at the landscape of Frogstar World B. "Oh, okay," he said. "I'll just sort of slouch about then." "No," said Gargravar. "The vortex is ready for you now. You must come. Follow me." Yeah," said Zaphod. "And how am I meant to do that?" "I'll hum for you," said Gargravar. "Follow the humming." A soft, keening sound drifted through the air, a pale, sad sound that seemed to be without any focus. It was only by listening very carefully that Zaphod was able to detect the direction from which it was coming. Slowly, dazedly, he stumbled off in its wake. What else was there to do? Chapter 10. The universe, as has been observed before, is an unsettlingly big place, a fact which, for the sake of a quiet life, most people tend to ignore. Many would happily move to somewhere rather smaller of their own devising, and this is what most beings in fact do. For instance, in one corner of the eastern galactic arm lies the large forest planet Oglaroon, the entire intelligent population of which lives permanently in one fairly small and crowded nut tree, in which tree they are born, live, fall in love, carve tiny speculative articles in the bark on the meaning of life, the futility of death, and the importance of birth control, fight a few extremely minor wars, and eventually die strapped to the underside of some of the less accessible outer branches. In fact, the only Oglaroonians who ever leave their tree are those who are hurled out of it for the heinous crime of wondering whether any of the other trees might be capable of supporting life at all, or indeed
whether the other trees are anything other than illusions brought on by eating too many oglonuts. Exotic though this behavior may seem, there is no life form in the galaxy which is not some way guilty of the same thing, which is why the total perspective vortex is as horrific as it is. For when you are put into the vortex, you are given just one momentary glimpse of the entire unimaginable infinity of creation, and somewhere in it, a tiny little marker, a microscopic dot on a microscopic dot, which says, "You are here." The grey plain stretched before Zaphod, a ruined, shattered plain. The wind whipped wildly over it. Visible in the middle was the steel pimple of the dome. This, gathered Zaphod, was where he was going. This was the total perspective vortex. As he stood and gazed bleakly at it, a sudden inhuman wail of terror emanated from it, as of a man having his soul burnt from his body. It screamed above the wind and died away. Zaphod started with fear, and his blood seemed to turn to liquid helium. "Hey, what was that?" he muttered voicelessly. "A recording," said Gargravar, "of the last man who was put in the vortex. It is always played to the next victim. A sort of prelude." "Hey, it really sounds bad," stammered Zaphod. Couldn't we maybe slope off to a party or something for a while, think it over?" "For all I know," said Gargravar's ethereal voice, "I'm probably at one. My body, that is. It goes to a lot of parties without me. Says I only get in the way. Hey-ho." "What is all this about your body?" said Zaphod, anxious to delay whatever it was that was going to happen to him. "Well, it's busy, you know," said Gargravar hesitantly. "You mean it's got a mind of its own?" said Zaphod. There was a long and slightly chilly pause before Gargravar spoke again. "I have to say," he replied eventually, "that I find that remark in rather poor taste." Zaphod muttered a bewildered and embarrassed apology. "No matter," said Gargravar. "You weren't to know." The voice fluttered unhappily. "The truth is," it continued in tones which suggested he was trying very hard to keep it under control, "the truth is that we are currently undergoing a period of legal trial separation. I suspect it will end in divorce." The voice was still again, leaving Zaphod with no idea of what to say. He mumbled uncertainly, "I think we were probably not very well suited," said Gargravar again at length. "We never seemed to be happy doing the same things. We always had the greatest arguments over sex and fishing. Eventually we tried to combine the two, but that only led to disaster, as you can probably imagine. And now my body refuses to let me in. It won't even see me." He paused again, tragically. The wind whipped across the plain. "It says I only inhibit it. I pointed out that in fact I was meant to inhabit it, and it said that was exactly the sort of smart aleck remark that got right up a body's left nostril, and so we left it. It will probably get custody of my forename." "Oh," said Zaphod faintly. "And what's that?" "Pispot," said the voice. "My name is Pispot Gargravar. Says it all, really, doesn't it?" Said Zaphod sympathetically. "And that is why I, as a disembodied mind, have this job. Custodian of the total perspective vortex. No one will ever walk on the ground of this planet, except the victims of the vortex. They don't really count, I'm afraid." "Ah, I'll tell you the story. Would you like to hear it?" Many years ago, this was a thriving, happy planet. People, cities, shops, a normal world, except that on the high streets of these cities, there were slightly more shoe shops than one might have thought necessary, and slowly, insidiously, the numbers of these shoe shops were increasing. It's a well-known economic phenomenon, but tragic to see it in operation, for the more shoe shops there were, the more shoes they had to make, and the worse and more unwearable they became. And the worse they were to wear, the more people had to buy to keep themselves shod, and the more the shops proliferated, until the whole economy of the place passed what I believe is termed the shoe event horizon, and it became no longer economically possible to build anything other than shoe shops. Result: collapse, ruin, and famine. Most of the population died out. Those few who had the right kind of genetic instability mutated into birds. You've seen one of them, who cursed their feet, cursed the ground, and vowed that none should walk on it again. Unhappy lot, come, I must take you to the vortex.
Zaphod shook his head in bemusement and stumbled forward across the plain. And you, he said, you come from this hellhole pit, do you?
No, said Gargravar, taken aback. I come from the Frogstar World Sea. Beautiful place, wonderful fishing. I flit back there in the evenings, though all I can do now is watch. The total perspective vortex is the only thing on this planet with any function. It was built here because no one else wanted it on their doorstep.
At that moment, another dismal scream rent the air, and Zaphod shuddered. What can do that to a guy? He breathed.
The universe, said Gargravar simply. The whole infinite universe. The infinite suns, the infinite distances between them, and yourself, an invisible dot on an invisible dot, infinitely small.
Hey, I'm Zaphod Beeblebrox, man, you know, muttered Zaphod, trying to flap the last remnants of his ego. Gargravar made no reply, but merely resumed his mournful humming till they reached the tarnished steel dome in the middle of the plain. As they reached it, a door hummed open in the side, revealing a small, darkened chamber within.
Enter,
said Gargravar. Zaphod started with fear. Hey, what, now? He said.
Now.
Zaphod peered nervously inside. The chamber was very small. It was steel-lined, and there was hardly space in it for more than one man. It doesn't look like any kind of vortex to me, said Zaphod.
It isn't, said Gargravar. It's just the elevator.
It's just so good. Like the whole storytelling of Zaphod and going through this and you know, they kind of put everybody else on hold. Like, this is kind of his moment. That's kind of why it's nice also that Marvin's there, because back to, like, he thinks Arthur's the main character, because who they start with, but more and more, I always think the actual. You know, Marvin has a brain the size of a planet. You would have just stopped and asked him. He would have probably just told you all of these. He already knows all of the answers to all this stuff. So it's kind of a funny thing that the whole time they had the answers with them, they just didn't stop and ask the robot. Great.
With infinite trepidation, Zaphod stepped into it. He was aware of Gargravar being in the elevator with him, though the disembodied man was not for the moment speaking. The elevator began its descent. I must get myself into the right frame of mind for this, muttered Zaphod.
There is no right frame of mind, said Gargravar sternly. You really know how to make a guy feel inadequate. I don't. The vortex does. At the bottom of the shaft, the rear of the elevator opened up, and Zaphod stumbled out into a smallish, functional, steel-lined chamber. At the far end of it stood a single, upright steel box, just large enough for a man to stand in. It was that simple. It connected to a small pile of components and instruments via a single, thick wire. Is that it? Said Zaphod in surprise. That is it. Didn't look too bad, thought Zaphod. And I get in there, do I? Said Zaphod. You get in there, said Gargravar. And I'm afraid you must do it now. Okay, said Zaphod. He opened the door of the box and stepped in. Inside the box, he waited. After 5 seconds, there was a click, and the entire universe was there in the box with him. Chapter 11. The total perspective vortex derives its picture of the whole universe on the principle of extrapolated matter analyses. To explain, since every single piece of matter in the universe is in some way affected by every other piece of matter in the universe, it is, in theory, possible to extrapolate the whole of creation, every sun, every planet, their orbits, their composition, and their economic and social history from, say, one small piece of fairy cake. The man who invented the total perspective vortex did so basically in order to annoy his wife. Trintragula, for that was his name, was a dreamer, a thinker, a speculative philosopher, or, as his wife would have it, an idiot. And she would nag him incessantly about the utterly inordinate amount of time he spent staring out into space, or mulling over the mechanics of safety pins, or doing spectrographic analyses of pieces of fairy cake. Have some sense of proportion, she would say, sometimes as often as 38 times in a single day. And so he built the total perspective vortex, just to show her. And into one end, he plugged the whole of reality as extrapolated from a piece of fairy cake, and into the other end he plugged his wife, so that when he turned it on, she saw in one instant the whole infinity of creation and herself in relation to it. To Trintragula's horror, the shock completely annihilated her brain. But to his satisfaction, he realized that he had proved conclusively that if life is going to exist in a universe of this size, then the one thing it cannot afford to have is a sense of proportion. The door of the vortex swung open. From his disembodied mind, Gargravar watched dejectedly. He had rather liked Zaphod Beeblebrox in a strange sort of way. He was clearly a man of many qualities, even if they were mostly bad ones. He waited for him to flop forwards out of the box, as they all did. Instead, he stepped out. "Hi," he said. "Beeblebrox," gasped Gargravar's mind in amazement. Could I have a drink, please?" said Zaphod. You have been in the vortex?" stammered Gargravar. Yeah, you saw me, kid." "And it was working?" Sure was." "And you saw the whole infinity of creation?" "Oh, sure, a really neat place, you know that?" Gargravar's mind was reeling in astonishment. Had his body been with him, it would have sat down heavily with its mouth hanging open. "And you saw yourself?" said Gargravar, "in relation to it all?" "Oh, yeah. "But what did you experience?" Zaphod shrugged smugly. Just told me what I knew all the time. I'm a really terrific, great guy. Hey, didn't I tell you, baby? I'm Zaphod Beeblebrox. His gaze passed over the machinery which powered the vortex, and suddenly stopped, startled. He breathed heavily. "Hey," he said, "is that really a piece of fairy cake?" He ripped the small piece of confectionery from the censers with which it was surrounded. "If I told you how much I needed this," he said ravenously, "I wouldn't have time to eat it." He ate it. Chapter 12. A short while later, he was running across the plain in the direction of the ruined city. The dank air wheezed heavily in his lungs, and he frequently stumbled with the exhaustion he was still feeling. Night was beginning to fall too, and the rough ground was treacherous. The elation of his recent experience was still with him, though. The whole universe. He had seen the whole universe stretching to infinity around him. Everything. And with it had come the clear and extraordinary knowledge that he was the most important thing in it. Having a conceited ego is one thing. Actually being told by a machine is another. He didn't have time to reflect on this matter. Gargravar had told him that he would have to alert his masters as to what had happened, but that he was prepared to leave a decent interval before doing so, enough time for Zaphod to make a break and find somewhere to hide. What he was going to do, he didn't know, but feeling that he was the most important person in the universe gave him the confidence to believe that something would turn up. Nothing else on this blighted planet could give him much grounds for optimism. He ran on and soon reached the outskirts of the abandoned city. He walked along cracked and gaping roads riddled with scrawny weeds, the holes filled with rotting shoes. The buildings he passed were so crumbled and decrepit, he thought it unsafe to enter any of them. Where could he hide? He hurried on. After a while, the remains of a wide sweeping road led off from the one down which he was walking, and at its end lay a vast, low building, surrounded with sundry smaller ones, the whole surrounded by the remains of a perimeter barrier. The large main building still seemed reasonably solid, and
The world building that he does in here, even though we're not even staying here. Think about it as like a video game. Like, you spend all of this time world building this location, and then not even gonna stay here. Like, off to the next place. So it's just always interesting to me, like, how incredible the amount of detail is for every location, for every. That's why I think he'll be fascinating to see. Like, I wish he was here and he would just make. But I don't trust that Disney is gonna do it. So sadly, like, the only hope to see any of this is any other stuff. Like, we had that hope with the TV series. Like, I was really excited. I thought that might really be it. But the other series that he did that did get the TV series with, is it Tone Fire or whatever, just can never get it. It's not the same as this. It's not the same like styles and stuff, and they would Hitchhiker series instead of what they did. I know a lot of people just can't do it.
Zaphod turned off to see if it might provide him with, well, with anything. He approached the building. Along one side of it, the front it would seem, since it faced a wide, concreted apron area, were 3 gigantic doors, maybe 60 feet high. The far one of these was open, and towards this Zaphod ran. Inside, all was gloom, dust, and confusion. Giant cobwebs lay over everything. Part of the infrastructure of the building had collapsed. Part of the rear wall had caved in, and a thick, choking dust lay inches over the floor. Through the heavy gloom, huge shapes loomed, covered with debris. The shapes were sometimes cylindrical, sometimes bulbous, sometimes like eggs, or rather cracked eggs. Most of them were split open or falling apart. Some were mere skeletons. They were all spacecraft, all derelict. Zaphod wandered in frustration amongst the hulks. There was nothing here that remotely approached the serviceable. Even the mere vibration of his footsteps caused one precarious wreck to collapse further into itself. Towards the rear of the building lay one old ship, slightly larger than the others, and buried beneath even deeper piles of dust and cobwebs. Its outline, however, seemed unbroken. Zaphod approached it with interest, and as he did so he tripped over an old feed line. He tried to toss the feed line aside, and to his surprise discovered that it was still connected to the ship. To his utter astonishment, he realized that the feed line was also humming slightly. He stared at the ship in disbelief, and then back down at the feed line in his hands. He tore off his jacket and threw it aside. Crawling along on his hands and knees, he followed the feed line to the point where it connected with the ship. The connection was sound, and the slight humming vibration was more distinct. His heart was beating fast. He wiped away some grime and laid an ear against the ship's side. He could hear only a faint, indeterminate noise. He rummaged feverishly amongst the debris lying on the floor all about him, and found a short length of tubing and a non-biodegradable plastic cup. Out of this he fashioned a crude stethoscope and placed it against the side of the ship. What he heard made his brains turn somersaults. Transstellar Cruise Lines would like to apologize to passengers for the continuing delay to this flight. We are currently awaiting the loading of our complement of small lemon-soaked paper napkins for your comfort, refreshment, and hygiene during the journey. Meanwhile, we thank you for your patience. The cabin crew will shortly be serving coffee and biscuits again. Zaphod staggered backwards, staring wildly at the ship. He walked around for a few moments in a daze. In so doing, he suddenly caught sight of a giant departure board still hanging, but by only one support, from the ceiling above him. It was covered with grime, but some of the figures were still discernible. Zaphod's eyes searched amongst the figures, then made some brief calculations. His eyes widened. 900 years, he breathed to himself. That was how late the ship was. 2 minutes later, he was on board. As he stepped out of the airlock, the air that greeted him was cool and fresh. The air conditioning was still working. The lights were still on. He moved out of the small entrance chamber into a short, narrow corridor and stepped nervously down it. Suddenly, a door opened and a figure stepped out in front of him. "Please return to your seat, sir," said the android stewardess, and turning her back on him, she walked on down the corridor in front of him. When his heart had started beating again, he followed her. She opened the door at the end of the corridor and walked through. He followed her through the door. They were now in the passenger compartment, and Zaphod's heart stopped still again for a moment. In every seat sat a passenger, strapped into his or her seat. The passenger's hair was long and unkempt. Their fingernails were long. The men wore beards. All of them were quite clearly alive, but sleeping. Zaphod had the creeping horrors. He walked slowly down the aisle as in a dream. By the time he was halfway down the aisle, the stewardess had reached the other end. She turned and spoke. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen," she said sweetly. "Thank you for bearing with us during this slight delay. We will be taking off as soon as we possibly can. If you would like to wake up now, I will serve you coffee and biscuits." There was a slight hum. At that moment, all the passengers awoke. They awoke screaming and clawing at the straps and life support systems that held them tightly in their seats. They screamed and bawled and hollered till Zaphod thought his ears would shatter. They struggled and writhed as the stewardess patiently moved up the aisle, placing a small cup of coffee and a packet of biscuits in front of each one of them. Then one of them rose from his seat. He turned and looked at Zaphod. Zaphod's skin was crawling all over his body as if it was trying to get off. He turned and ran from the bedlam. He plunged through the door and back into the corridor. The man pursued him. He raced in a frenzy to the end of the corridor, through the entrance chamber and beyond. He arrived on the flight deck, slammed and bolted the door behind him. He leant back against the door, breathing hard. Within seconds, a hand started beating on the door. From somewhere on the flight deck, A metallic voice addressed him. Passengers are not allowed on the flight deck. Please return to your seat and wait for the ship to take off. Coffee and biscuits are being served. This is your autopilot speaking. Please return to your seat. Zaphod said nothing. He breathed hard. Behind him, the hand continued to knock on the door. Please return to your seat, repeated the autopilot. Passengers are not allowed on the flight deck. I'm not a passenger, panted Zaphod. Please return to your seat. I'm not a passenger, shouted Zaphod again. Please return to your seat. I'm not a... Hello, can you hear me? Please return to your seat. You're the autopilot? Said Zaphod. Yes, said the voice from the flight console. You're in charge of this ship? Yes, said the voice again. There has been a delay. Passengers are to be kept temporarily in suspended animation for their comfort and convenience. Coffee and biscuits are served every year, after which passengers are returned to suspended animation for their continued comfort and convenience. Departure will take place when the flight stores are complete. We apologize for the delay. Zaphod moved away from the door, on which the pounding had now ceased. He approached the flight console. Delay? He cried. Have you seen the world outside this ship? It's a wasteland, a desert. Civilization's been and gone, man. There are no lemon-soaked paper napkins on their way from anywhere. The statistical likelihood, continued the autopilot primly, is that other civilizations will arise. There will one day be lemon-soaked paper napkins. Till then, there will be a short delay. Please return to your seat. But at that moment, the door opened. Zaphod spun round to see the man who had pursued him standing there. He carried a large briefcase. He was smartly dressed, and his hair was short. He had no beard and no long fingernails. Zaphod Beeblebrox, he said. My name is Zarniwoop. I believe you wanted to see me. Zaphod Beeblebrox wittered. His mouth said foolish things. He dropped into a chair. Oh man, where did you spring from? He said. I have been waiting here for you, he said in a businesslike tone. He put the briefcase down and sat in another chair. I am glad you followed instructions, he said. I was a bit nervous that you might have left my office by the door rather than the window. Then you would have been in trouble. Zaphod shook his head at him and burbled. When you entered the door of my office, you entered my electronically synthesized universe, he explained. If you'd left by the door, you would have been back in the real one. The artificial one works from here. He patted the briefcase smugly. Zaphod glared at him with resentment and loathing. What's the difference? He muttered. Nothing, said Zarniwoop. They are identical. Oh, except that I think the Frog Starfighters are grey in the real universe. What's going on? Spat Zaphod. Simple, said Zarniwoop. His self-assurance and smugness made Zaphod seethe. Very simple, repeated Zarniwoop. I discovered the coordinates at which this man could be found, the man who rules the universe, and discovered that his world was protected by an improbability field. To protect my secret and myself, I retreated to the safety of this totally artificial universe and hid myself away in a forgotten cruise liner. I was secure. Meanwhile, you and I... You and I? Said Zaphod angrily. You mean I knew you? Yes, said Zarniwoop. We knew each other well. I had no taste, said Zaphod, and resumed a sullen silence. Meanwhile, you and I arranged that you would steal the improbability drive ship, the only one which could reach the ruler's world, and bring it to me here. This you have now done, I trust, and I congratulate you. He smiled a tight little smile, which Zaphod wanted to hit with a brick. Oh, and in case you are wondering, added Zarniwoop, this universe was created specially for you to come to. You are therefore the most important person in this universe. You would never, he said with an even more brickable smile, have survived the total perspective vortex in the real one. Shall we go? Where? Said Zaphod sullenly. He felt collapsed. To your ship, the Heart of Gold. You did bring it, I trust. No? Oh, where is your jacket? Zaphod looked at him in mystification. My jacket? I took it off. It's outside. Good. We will go and find it.
Zarniwoop stood up and gestured to Zaphod to follow him. Out in the entrance chamber again, they could hear the screams of the passengers being fed coffee and biscuits. "It has not been a pleasant experience waiting for you," said Zarniwoop. "Not pleasant for you?" bawled Zaphod. "How do you think—" Zarniwoop held up a silencing finger as the hatchway swung open. A few feet away from them, they could see Zaphod's jacket lying in the debris. "Very remarkable and very powerful ship," said Zarniwoop. "Watch." As they watched, the pocket on the jacket suddenly bulged. It split. It ripped. The small metal model of the Heart of Gold that Zaphod had been bewildered to discover in his pocket was growing. It grew. It continued to grow. It reached after 2 minutes its full size. "At an improbability level," said Zarniwoop, "of, I don't know, but something very, very large." Zaphod swayed. "You mean I had it with me all the time?" Zarniwoop smiled. He lifted up his briefcase and opened it. He twisted a single switch inside it. "Goodbye, artificial universe," he said. "Hello, real one." The scene before them shimmered briefly and reappeared exactly as before. "You see?" said Zarniwoop. "Exactly the same." "You mean," repeated Zaphod tautly, "that I had it with me all the time?" "Oh, yes," said Zarniwoop. Of course, I mean, that was the whole point." "That's it," said Zaphod. "You can count me out. From here on in, you can count me out. I've had all I want of this. You play your own games." "I'm afraid you cannot leave," said Zarniwoop. "You are entwined in the improbability field. You cannot escape." He smiled the smile that Zaphod had wanted to hit, and this time Zaphod hit it. End of Side 3.
That's so good. Zarniwoop is kind of an odd character, but I really always love this part because it's another one of those things where it's just like out
Chapter
of nowhere
13.
you're processing like
Fort Prefect bounded up to the bridge.
what's going on. There's a ship in the middle of all these dead ships, but it's still on, and then Zarniwoop's there, and it's still not even like. I mean, he's in a fake universe up until now. Yeah, it's the same as everywhere else. Like, it's just so much. It's such a great like set of stuff to process as you're going through the story. Having a hard time figuring out how I want to fix this wall up in here.
Of the Heart of Gold. "Trillian! Arthur!" he shouted. "It's working! The ship's reactivated!" Trillian and Arthur were asleep on the floor. "Come on, you guys, we're going, we're off," he said, kicking them awake.
Hi there, guys.
Twittered the computer.
It's really great to be back with you again, I can tell you, and I just want to say that...
"Shut up," said Ford. "Just tell us where the hell we are." "Frogstar World B, and man, it's a dump," said Zaphod, running onto the bridge. "Hi, guys, you must be so amazingly glad to see me. You can't even find words to tell me what a cool fruit I am." "What a what?" said Arthur, blearily, picking himself up from the floor and not taking any of this in. "I know how you feel," said Zaphod. "I'm so great, even I get tongue-tied talking to myself. Hey, it's good to see you, Trillian, Ford, Monkey Man. Hey, computer."
Hi there, Mr. Beetlebrook, sir. It sure is a great honor to...
"Shut up and get us out of here. Fast, fast, fast."
Sure thing, fella. Where do you want to go?
"Anywhere. Doesn't matter," shouted Zaphod. "Yes, it does," he said again. "We want to go to the nearest place to eat,"
Sure thing.
said the computer happily, and a massive explosion rocked the bridge. When Zarniwoop entered a minute or so later with a black eye, he regarded the 4 wisps of smoke with interest. Chapter 14. 4 inert bodies sank through spinning blackness. Consciousness had died. Cold oblivion pulled the bodies down and down into the pit of unbeing. The roar of silence echoed dismally around them, and they sank at last into a dark and bitter sea of heaving red that slowly engulfed them, seemingly forever. After what seemed an eternity, the sea receded and left them lying on a cold, hard shore, the flotsam and jetsam of the stream of life, the universe, and everything. Cold spasms shook them. Lights danced sickeningly around them. The cold, hard shore tipped and span and then stood still. It shone darkly. It was a very highly polished, cold, hard shore. A green blur watched them disapprovingly. It coughed. "Good evening, madam, gentlemen," it said. "Do you have a reservation?" Fort Prefect's consciousness snapped back like elastic, making his brain smart. He looked up woozily at the green blur. "Reservation?" he said weakly. Yes, sir," said the green blur. "Do you need a reservation for the afterlife?" Insofar as it is possible for a green blur to arch its eyebrows disdainfully, this is what the green blur now did. "Afterlife, sir?" it said. Arthur Dent was grappling with his consciousness the way one grapples with a lost bar of soap in the bath. "Is this the afterlife?" he stammered. "Well, I assume so," said Fort Prefect, trying to work out which way was up. He tested the theory that it must lie in the opposite direction from the cold, hard shore on which he was lying, and staggered to what he hoped were his feet. "I mean," he said, swaying gently, "there's no way we could have survived that blast, is there?" "No," muttered Arthur. He had raised himself up onto his elbows, but it didn't seem to improve things. He slumped down again. "No," said Trillian, standing up. "No way at all." A dull, hoarse, gurgling sound came from the floor. It was Zaphod Beeblebrox attempting to speak. "I certainly didn't survive," he gurgled. "I was a total goner, wham bang, and that was it." "Yeah, thanks to you," said Ford. "We didn't stand a chance. We must have been blown to bits, arms, legs, everywhere." "Yeah," said Zaphod, struggling noisily to his feet. "If the lady and gentleman would care to order drinks," said the green blur, hovering impatiently beside them. "Kapow! Splat!" continued Zaphod. "Instantaneously zonked into our component molecules. Hey, Ford," he said, identifying one of the slowly solidifying blurs around him. "Did you get that thing of your whole life flashing before you?" "You got that too?" said Ford. "Your whole life?" "Yeah," said Zaphod. "At least I assume it was mine. I spent a lot of time out of my skulls, you know." He looked around him at the various shapes that were at last becoming proper shapes instead of vague and wobbling shapeless shapes. "So," he said. "So what?" said Ford. "So here we are," said Zaphod hesitantly. "Lying dead." "Standing," Trillian corrected him. Standing dead," continued Zaphod, "in this desolate restaurant," said Arthur Dent, who had got to his feet and could now, much to his surprise, see clearly. That is to say, the thing that surprised him was not that he could see, but what he could see. "Here we are," continued Zaphod doggedly, "standing dead in this desolate 5-star.
This is where I'd love to see this visually. Like everything that he details from here, I'd love to see. And I've tried a few times to like copy like the chapter out or parts out and give it to a renderer. It just, it can't do it. We really need to have Hollywood take this and like build out the restaurant. I almost wish that like for what we have with Casa Bonita and what South Park did with Casa Bonita, I wish we had the restaurant somewhere.
Said Trillian. "Restaurant," concluded Zaphod. "Odd, isn't it?" said Ford. "Yeah,"
Nice chandeliers, though, said Trillian. They looked about themselves in bemusement. It's not so much an afterlife, said Arthur, more a sort of après-vie. The chandeliers were in fact a little on the flashy side, and the low-vaulted ceiling from which they hung would not, in an ideal universe, have been painted in that particular shade of deep turquoise. And even if it had been, it wouldn't have been highlighted by concealed mood lighting. This is not, however, an ideal universe, as was further evidenced by the eye-crossing patterns of the inlaid marble floor and the way in which the fronting for the 80-yard-long marble-topped bar had been made. The fronting for the 80-yard-long marble-topped bar had been made by stitching together nearly 20,000 Antarian mosaic lizard skins, despite the fact that the 20,000 lizards concerned had needed them to keep their insides in. A few smartly dressed creatures were lounging casually at the bar or relaxing in the richly coloured, body-hugging seats that were deployed here and there about the bar area. A young Vlaherg officer and his green, steaming young lady passed through the large smoked glass doors at the far end of the bar into the dazzling light of the main body of the restaurant beyond. Behind Arthur was a large, curtained bay window. He pulled aside a corner of the curtain and looked out at a bleak and drear landscape, grey, pockmarked and dismal, a landscape which, under normal circumstances, would have given Arthur the creeping horrors. These were not, however, normal circumstances, for the thing that froze his blood and made his skin try to crawl up his back and off the top of his head was the sky. The sky was... An attendant flunky politely drew the curtain back into place. "All in good time, sir," he said.
All in good
Safewood's
time.
eyes flashed. "Hey, hang about, you dead guys," he said. "I think we're missing some ultra-important thing here, you know. Something somebody said, and we missed it." Arthur was profoundly relieved to turn his attention from what he had just seen. He said, "I said it was a sort of après." "Yeah, and don't you wish you hadn't?" said Zaphod. "Ford?" "I said it was odd." "Yeah, shrewd but dull. Perhaps it was—" "Perhaps," interrupted the green blur, who had by this time resolved into the shape of a small, wizened, dark-suited green waiter, "perhaps you would care to discuss the matter over drinks." "Drinks!" cried Zaphod. "That was it! See what you miss if you don't stay alert." "Indeed, sir," said the waiter patiently. "If the lady and gentleman would care to take drinks before dinner—" "Dinner!" Zaphod exclaimed with passion. "Listen, little green person, my stomach could take you home and cuddle you all night for the mere idea." "And the universe," continued the waiter, determined not to be deflected on his home stretch, "will explode later for your pleasure." Ford's head swiveled slowly towards him. He spoke with feeling. "Wow," he said, "what sort of drinks do you serve in this place?" The waiter laughed a polite little waiter's laugh. He said, "I think sir has perhaps misunderstood me." "Oh, I hope not," breathed Ford. The waiter coughed a polite little waiter's cough. "It is not unusual for our customers to be a little disoriented by the time journey," he said, "so if I might suggest—" "Time journey?" said Zaphod. "Time journey?" said Ford. "Time journey?" said Trillian. "You mean this isn't the afterlife?" said Arthur. The waiter smiled a polite little waiter's smile. He had almost exhausted his polite little waiter repertoire, and would soon be slipping into his role of a rather tight-lipped and sarcastic little waiter. "Afterlife, sir?" he said. "No, sir." "And we're not dead?" said Arthur. The waiter tightened his lips. He said, "Sir is most evidently alive, otherwise I would not attempt to serve, sir." In an extraordinary gesture, which it is pointless attempting to describe, Zaphod Beeblebrox slapped both his foreheads with two of his arms and one of his thighs with the other. "Hey, guys," he said, "this is crazy. We did it. We finally got to where we were going. This is Milliways." "Milliways?" said Ford. "Yes, sir," said the waiter, laying on the patience with a trowel. "This is Milliways, the restaurant at the end of the universe."
Love it.
"End of what?"
Love it.
said Arthur. "The universe," repeated the waiter, very clearly and unnecessarily.
I'd like to be able to
distinctly.
put this type of
When did that
concept
happen?
restaurant in my
said
game
Arthur.
at some point.
"In just a few minutes, sir," said the waiter. He took a deep breath. He didn't need to do this because his body was supplied with the peculiar assortment of gases it required for survival from a small intravenous device strapped to his leg. There are times, however, when whatever your metabolism, you have to take a deep breath. And now, if you would care to order your drinks at last, he said, I will then show you to your table. Zaphod grinned 2 manic grins, sauntered over to the bar, and bought most of it. Chapter 15. The restaurant at the end of the universe is one of the most extraordinary ventures in the entire history of catering. It has been built on the fragmented remains of... It will be built on the fragmented... That is to say, it will have been built by...
This is another, like, big one that I remember as a kid that... It's hard to explain to other people, like, this whole concept, and Douglas does it really well, but, like, most people don't know about this, but there'll be times in my life where we'll be talking about something future, past tense, or, you know, all kinds of different things, and this always pops into my head. Like, just, it always pops in, and it's this so well put together. One example of how poor, you know, the English language is. Like, one of the issues that we have with the LLMs is how bad English is, right? Just amazing how much translation and context that goes into knowing and understanding English and what someone's saying. So that's, I mean, that alone takes a lot of work. You put all that together. So I just love it. I love how he goes through all of this, and you learn a lot. Like, I think one of the cool things about Douglas and how he goes through this is, yeah, there's a lot of satire and he's making up a lot of things, but I think he's still communicating so many concepts just in a more fun method.
This time, and indeed has been, one of the major problems encountered in time travel is not that of accidentally becoming your own father or mother. There is no problem involved in becoming your own father or mother that a broad-minded and well-adjusted family can't cope with. There is also no problem about changing the course of history. The course of history does not change because it all fits together like a jigsaw. Well, the important changes have happened before the things they were supposed to change, and it all sorts itself out in the end. The major problem is quite simply one of grammar, and the main work to consult in this matter is Dr. Dan Streetmentioner's Time Traveler's Handbook of 1001 Tense Formations. It will tell you, for instance, how to describe something that was about to happen to you in the past before you avoided it by time jumping forward 2 days in order to avoid it. The event will be described differently according to whether you are talking about it from the standpoint of your own natural time, from a time in the further future, or a time in the further past, and is further complicated by the possibility of conducting conversations whilst you are actually travelling from one time to another with the intention of becoming your own mother or father. Most readers get as far as the future semi-conditionally modified sub-inverted plagal past subjunctive intentional before giving up. And in fact, in later editions of the book, all pages beyond this point have been left blank to save on printing costs. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy skipped lightly over this tangle of academic abstraction, pausing only to note that the term future perfect has been abandoned since it was discovered not to be. To resume. The restaurant at the end of the universe is one of the most extraordinary ventures in the entire history of catering. It is built on the fragmented remains of an eventually ruined planet which is, or we all haven be, enclosed in a vast time bubble and projected forward in time to the precise moment of the end of the universe. This is, many would say, impossible. In it, guests take, willen on take, their places at table and eat, willen on eat, sumptuous meals whilst watching, willing watchin', the whole of creation explode around them. This many would say, is equally impossible. You can arrive, may and arrive and on when, for any sitting you like without prior, late for when, reservation, because you can book retrospectively, as it were, when you return to your own time. You can have on book have enter for when presuming returning when to retro home. This is, many would now insist, absolutely impossible. At the restaurant you can meet and dine with,
His
may and meet
ability
and con with dine and on when,
to
a fascinating cross-section.
manage language and make up words and make up stuff, and it once again just to process this. And he was, in my understanding, he was always behind deadlines, and he was always like, especially for the BBC broadcast and a lot of that stuff, he's always in like a back room somewhere, like working on this stuff and trying to like get it done because it was like due, and they needed like the page to go like put it on the radio right then, and so just the fact that he can get through all of this stuff and manage it is just such a testament to his ability and wonder.
Of the entire population of space and time. This, it can be explained patiently, is also impossible. You can visit it as many times as you like, may and on visit, on visiting, and so on. For further tense correction, consult Dr. Street Mentioner's book. And be sure of never meeting yourself because of the embarrassment this usually causes. This, even if the rest were true, which it isn't, is patently impossible, say the doubters. All you have to do is deposit 1 penny in a savings account in your own era, and when you arrive at the end of time, the operation of compound interest means that the fabulous cost of your meal has been paid for. This, many claim, is not merely impossible, but clearly insane, which is why the advertising executives of the star system of Bastablon came up with this slogan: if you've done 6 impossible things this morning, why not round it off with breakfast at Milliway's, the restaurant at the end of the universe? Chapter 16. At the bar, Zaphod was rapidly becoming as tired as a newt. His heads knocked together and his smiles were coming out of sync. He was miserably happy. Zaphod, said Ford, whilst you're still capable of speech, would you care to tell me what the photon happened? Where have you been? Where have we been? Small matter, but I'd like it cleared up. Zaphod's left head sobered up, leaving his right to sink further into the obscurity of drink. Yeah, he said, I've been around. They want me to find the man who rules the universe, but I don't care to meet him. I believe the man can't cook. His left head watched his right head saying this and then nodded. True, it said, have another drink. Ford had another Pangalactic Gargle Blaster, the drink which has been described as the alcoholic equivalent of a mugging, expensive and bad for the head. Whatever had happened, Ford decided he didn't really care too much. Listen, Ford, said Zaphod, everything's cool and fruity. You mean everything's under control? No, said Zaphod, I do not mean everything's under control. That would not be cool and fruity. If you want to know what happened, let's just say I had the whole situation in my pocket, okay? Ford shrugged. Zaphod giggled into his drink. It frothed up over the side of the glass and started to eat its way into the marble bar top. A wild-skinned sky gypsy approached them and played electric violin at them until Zaphod gave him a lot of money and he agreed to go away again. The gypsy approached Arthur and Trillian, sitting in another part of the bar. I don't know what this place is, said Arthur, but I think it gives me the creeps. Have another drink, said Trillian. Enjoy yourself. Which, said Arthur, the two are mutually exclusive. Poor Arthur, you're not really cut out for this life, are you? You call this life? You're beginning to sound like Marvin. Marvin is the clearest thinker I know. How do you think we make this violinist go away? The waiter approached. Your table is ready, he said. Seen from the outside, which it never is, the restaurant resembles a giant, glittering starfish beached on a forgotten rock.
Each of its arms housed the bars,
I
the
want to
kitchens,
see it from
the
the
force field.
outside. That's what I want to see. If I could figure out how to like make it in an actual video game, the problem is you just like with AI and 3D modeling, I think I could do it now, but you have to go through and custom make every model, every design, and you have to read through like all of his details. It'd be so much easier to be able to give it to the AI, say, hey, design this out like how Adams describes it, put it in a 3D model or get out a model, and then maybe you could put together like an actual 3D walk around environment. I don't know, man. I'm gonna try to do something kind of like it with a 2D environment in the game, so we'll see how that goes.
Generators which protect the entire structure and the decayed hunk of planet on which it sits, and the time turbines which slowly rock the whole affair backwards and forwards across the crucial moment. In the center sits the gigantic golden dome, almost a complete globe, and it was into this area that Zaphod, Ford, Arthur, and Trillian now passed. At least 5 tons of glitter alone had gone into it before them and covered every available surface. The other surfaces were not available because they were already encrusted with jewels, precious seashells from Santraginus, gold leaf, mosaic tiles, lizard skins, and a million unidentifiable embellishments and decorations. Glass glittered, silver shone, gold gleamed. Arthur Dent goggled. "Wowee," said Zaphod. "Zappo!" "Incredible," breathed Arthur. "The people, the things." "The things," said Ford Prefect quietly, "are also people." "The people," resumed Arthur. "The other people." "The lights," said Trillian. "The tables," said Arthur. "The clothes," said Trillian. The waiter thought they sounded like a couple of bailiffs. "The end of the universe is very popular," said Zaphod, threading his way unsteadily through the throng of tables, some made of marble, some of rich ultra-mahogany, some even of platinum, and at each a party of exotic creatures chatting amongst themselves and studying menus. "People like to dress up for it," continued Zaphod. "Gives it a sense of occasion." Tables were fanned out in a large circle around a central stage area where a small band was playing light music. At least 1,000 tables was Arthur's guess. And interspersed among them were swaying palms, hissing fountains, grotesque statuary, in short,
Yeah,
all
1,000
paraphernalia
tables,
common
all
to
with
all restaurants where
aliens.
little expense has been spared to
Man,
give the
that would-
impression that no
That
expense has
would
been
take
spared.
some.
Arthur glanced around, half expecting to see someone making an American Express commercial. Zaphod lurched into Ford, who lurched back into Zaphod. "Wowee," said Zaphod. "Zappo," said Ford. "My great-granddaddy must have really screwed up the computer's works, you know," said Zaphod. "I told it to take us to the nearest place to eat, and it sends us to the end of the universe. Remind me to be nice to it one day." He paused. "Hey, everybody's here, you know. Everybody who was anybody." "Was?" said Arthur. "Well, at the end of the universe, you have to use the past tense a lot," said Zaphod, "because everything's been done, you know. Hi, guys," he called out to a nearby party of giant iguana life forms. "How did you do?" "Is that Zaphod Beeblebrox?" asked one iguana of another iguana. "I think so," replied the second iguana. "Well, doesn't that just take that biscuit?" said the first iguana. "Funny old thing, life," said the second iguana. "It's what you make it," said the first, and they lapsed back into silence. They were waiting for the greatest show in the universe. "Hey, Zaphod," said Ford, grabbing for his arm, and on account of the third Pangalactic Gargle Blaster missing, he pointed a swaying finger. "There's an old mate of mine," he said, "Hot Black Desiato. See the man at the platinum table with the platinum suit on?" Zaphod tried to follow Ford's fingers with his eyes, but it made him feel dizzy. Finally he saw. "Oh, yeah," he said. Then recognition came a moment later. "Hey," he said, "did that guy ever make it mega big? Wow, bigger than the biggest thing ever, other than me."
Who's he supposed to be? Asked Trillian. Hot Black Desiato? Said Zaphod in astonishment. You don't know? You never heard of Disaster Area? No, said Trillian, who hadn't. The biggest, said Ford, loudest, richest, suggested Zaphod, rock band in the history of... He searched for the word. History itself, said Zaphod. No, said Trillian. Zowie, said Zaphod. Here we are at the end of the universe and you haven't even lived yet. Did you miss out? He led her off to where the waiter had been waiting all this time at the table. Arthur followed them, feeling very lost and alone. Ford waded off through the throng to renew an old acquaintance. Hey, Hot Black, he called out. How you doing? Great to see you, big boy. How's the noise? You're looking great. Really, very, very fat and unwell. Amazing. He slapped the man on the back and was mildly surprised.
Some
that it seemed to
trivia
elicit
for CyberX. I did a Minecraft dragon game called Dragonfire that's somewhat popular. It's still selling on the marketplace, so you can pick it up on Minecraft Marketplace. And in the Nether, I made a custom dragon called Hot Black, and it's named after Hot Black Desiato, jet black, and his whole purpose is to be in the Nether, so he avoids the lava and he flies straight instead of up, so that you don't fly into the area. And there's a whole bunch of just little specials to help you. There's just a little trivia of another little thing that I put in my life from Hitchhiker's Guide.
a response. The pan-galactic gargle blaster swilling around inside him told him to plunge on regardless. Remember the old days, he said, we used to hang out, right? The Bistro Illegal, remember? Slim's Throat Emporium, the Evil Drone Boozerama. Great days, eh? Hot Black Desiato offered no opinion as to whether they were great days or not. Ford was not perturbed. And when we were hungry, we'd pose as public health inspectors, you remember that? And go around confiscating meals and drinks, right, till we got a food poisoning. Oh, and then there were the long nights of talking and drinking in those smelly rooms above the Cafe Lou in Gretchentown, New Beetle. And you were always in the next room trying to write songs on your agitar, and we all hated them. And you said you didn't care, and we said we did because we hated them so much. Ford's eyes were beginning to mist over. And you said you didn't want to be a star, he continued, wallowing in nostalgia, because you despised the star system. And we said, Hadra and Sully Joe and me, we said that we didn't think you had the option. And what do you do now? You buy star systems. He turned and solicited the attention of those at nearby tables. Here, he said, is a man who buys star systems. Hot Black Desiato made no attempt either to confirm or deny this fact, and the attention of the temporary audience waned rapidly. I think somebody's drunk, muttered a purple bush-like being into his wine glass. Ford staggered slightly and sat down heavily on the chair facing Hot Black Desiato. What's that number you do? He said, unwisely grabbing at a bottle for support and tipping it over into a nearby glass as it happened. Not to waste a happy accident, he drained the glass. That really huge number, he continued. How does it go? Blam, blam, ba-da! Something. And in the stage act you do it, it ends up with a ship crashing right into the sun, and you actually do it. Ford crashed his fist into his other hand to illustrate this feat graphically. He knocked the bottle over again. Ship, sun, wham, bang, he cried. I mean, forget lasers and stuff. You guys are into solar flares and real sunburn. Oh, and terrible songs. His eyes followed the stream of liquid glugging out of the bottle on the table. Something ought to be done about it, he thought. Hey, you want a drink, he said. It began to sink into his squelching mind that something was missing from this reunion, and that the missing something was in some way connected with the fact that the fat man sitting opposite him in the platinum suit and the silvery trilby had not yet said, Hi, Ford, or great to see you after all this time, or in fact, anything at all. More to the point, he'd not even moved. Hot Black, said Ford. A large, meaty hand landed on his shoulder from behind and pushed him aside. He slid gracelessly off his seat and peered upwards to see if he could spot the owner of this discourteous hand. The owner was not hard to spot on account of his being something of the order of 7 feet tall and not slightly built with it.
In fact, he was built the way one builds leather sofas, shiny, lumpy, and with lots of solid stuffing. The suit into which the man's body had been stuffed looked as if its only purpose in life was to demonstrate how difficult it was to get this sort of body into a suit. The face had the texture of an orange and the colour of an apple, but there the resemblance to anything sweet ended. "Kid," said a voice which emerged from the man's mouth as if it had been having a really rough time down in his chest. Yeah," said Ford conversationally. He staggered back to his feet again and was disappointed that the top of his head didn't come further up the man's body. "Beat it," said the man. "Oh, yeah?" said Ford, wondering how wise he was being. "And who are you?" The man considered this for a moment. He wasn't used to being asked this sort of question. Nevertheless, after a while, he came up with an answer. "I'm the guy who's telling you to beat it," he said, "before you get it beaten for you." "Now listen," said Ford nervously. He wished his head would stop spinning, settle down, and get to grips with the situation. "Now listen," he continued. "I am one of Hot Black's oldest friends, and—" He glanced at Hot Black Desiato, who still hadn't moved as much as an eyelash. "And," said Ford again, wondering what would be a good word to say after "and." The large man came up with a whole sentence to go after "and." He said it. "And I am Mr. Desiato's bodyguard," it went. "And I am responsible for his body, and I am not responsible for yours, so take it away before it gets damaged." "Now wait a minute," said Ford. "No minutes," said the bodyguard. "No waiting. Mr. Desiato speaks to no one." "Well, perhaps you'd let him say what he thinks about the matter himself," said Ford. "He speaks to no one," bellowed the bodyguard. Ford glanced anxiously at Hot Black again, and was forced to admit to himself that the bodyguard did seem to have facts on his side. There was still not the slightest sign of movement, let alone keen interest in Ford's welfare. "Why?" said Ford. "What's the matter with him?" The bodyguard told him. Chapter 17. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy notes that Disaster Area, a plutonium rock band from the Gagrakaka mine zones, are generally held to be not only the loudest rock band in the galaxy, but in fact the loudest noise of any kind at all. Regular concert goers judge that the best sound balance is usually to be heard from within large concrete bunkers some 37 miles from the stage, whilst the musicians themselves play their instruments by remote control from within a heavily insulated spaceship which stays in orbit around the planet, or, more frequently, around a completely different planet. Their songs are on the whole very simple and mostly follow the familiar theme of boy being meets girl being beneath a silvery moon, which then explodes for no adequately explored reason. Many worlds have now banned their act altogether, sometimes for artistic reasons, but most commonly because the band's public address system contravenes local strategic arms limitations treaties. This has not, however, stopped their earnings from pushing back the boundaries of pure hypermathematics, and their chief research accountant has recently been appointed Professor of Neomathematics at the University of Maximegalon, in recognition of both his general and his special theories of disaster area tax returns, in which he proves that the whole fabric of the space-time continuum is not merely curved, it is in fact totally bent. Ford staggered back to the table where Zaphod, Arthur, and Trillian were sitting waiting for the fun to begin. "Gotta have some food," said Ford. "Hi, Ford," said Zaphod. "You speak to the big noise boy?" Ford waggled his head non-committally. "Hot Black? I sort of spoke to him, yeah." "What did he say?" "Well, not a lot, really. Yeah? He's spending a year dead for tax reasons. I've got to sit down." He sat down. The waiter
I
approached.
love it. Like
"Oh,
such
would
a
you like to see the
great,
menu?" he
a
said.
great
"Or would you like
concept.
to meet the
I
dish?"
almost wonder if like Douglas needed to have this character, but he didn't want to go through and like have to do all the audio and all of that stuff, and so he just came up with like this alternate. I don't know. It's such a great. I wish he was around to kind of like do more it would have been nice if the whole it's just such a weird thing. Okay, so it's super popular, right? Like Hitchhiker's Guide has a lot of popularity, but yet for some reason it doesn't show up the same as it does for so many things. So we didn't get the same, cool concepts of some of those interviews. I guess some of it also is the story had been out for. There's so many different versions of it, and it's been done so many times. It's been out for so many times, and there probably are a ton of interviews in different places, but also how many of them were like on the BBC back in the day and either lost or locked away, or they played one time and now never seen them again of the nation. It'd be interesting to see some of that stuff, but yeah, I wish he was still around to to talk some more about some. I've seen some like interviews with that were fascinating. I always do wonder how his ideas and
Huh?
concepts.
Said Ford. Huh? Said Arthur. Huh? Said Trillian. Oh, that's cool, said Zaphod. We'll meet the meat. In a small room in one of the arms of the restaurant complex, a tall, thin, gangling figure pulled aside a curtain, and oblivion looked him in the face. It was not a pretty face, perhaps because oblivion had looked him in it so many times. It was too long for a start, the eyes too sunken and hooded, the cheeks too hollow. His lips were too thin and too long, and when they parted, his teeth looked too much like a recently polished bay window. The hands that held the curtain were long and thin too. They were also cold. They lay lightly along the folds of the curtain and gave the impression that if you didn't watch them like a hawk, they would crawl away of their own accord and do something unspeakable in a corner. He let the curtain drop, and the terrible light that played on his features went off to play somewhere more healthy. He prowled around his small chamber like a mantis contemplating an evening's praying, finally settling in a rickety chair by a trestle table, where he leafed through a few sheets of jokes. A bell rang. He pushed the thin sheaf of papers aside and stood up. His hands brushed limply over some of the 1,000,000 rainbow-coloured sequins with which his jacket was festooned, and he was gone through the door. In the restaurant, the lights dimmed. The band quickened its pace. A single spotlight stabbed down into the darkness of the stairway that led up to the centre of the stage. Up the stairs bounded a tall, brilliantly coloured figure. He burst onto the stage, tripped lightly up to the microphone, removed it from its stand with one swoop of his long, thin hand, and stood for a moment bowing left and right to the audience, acknowledging their applause and displaying to them his bay window. He waved to his particular friends in the audience, even though there weren't any there, and waited for the applause to die down. He held up his hand and smiled a smile that stretched not merely from ear to ear, but seemed to extend some way beyond the mere confines of his face. "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen," he cried. "Thank you very much. Thank you so very much." He eyed them with a twinkling eye. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "the universe as we know it has now been in existence for over 170,000 million billion years and will be ending in a little over half an hour. So welcome, one and all, to Milliways, the restaurant at the end of the universe." With a gesture, he deftly conjured another round of spontaneous applause. With another gesture, he cut it. "I am your host for tonight," he said. "My name is Max Quadrupleen." Everybody knew this. His act was famous throughout the known galaxy, but he said it for the fresh applause it generated, which he acknowledged with a disclaiming smile and wave.
It would be a great trivia question right there. Is this dude's name? He just said. I mean, he just said it's well known throughout the known galaxy. It'd be a good trivia question to throw out there at some point. I'd never know it, but I'm sure somebody would have remembered.
And I've just come straight from the very, very other end of time where I've been hosting a show at the Big Bang Burger Bar, where I can tell you we had a very exciting evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I will be with you right through this historic occasion, the end of history itself. Another burst of applause died away quickly as the lights dimmed down further. On every table, candles ignited themselves spontaneously, eliciting a slight gasp from all the diners and wreathing them in 1,000 tiny flickering lights and a million intimate shadows. A tremor of excitement thrilled through the darkened restaurant as the vast golden dome above them began very, very slowly to dim, to darken, to fade. Max's voice was hushed as he continued. So, ladies and gentlemen, he breathed, the candles are lit, the band plays softly, and as the force-shielded dome above us fades into transparency, revealing a dark and sullen sky hung with the ancient light of livid, swollen stars, I can see we're all in for a fabulous evening's apocalypse. Even the soft tootling of the band faded away as stunned shock descended on all those who had not seen this sight before. A monstrous, grisly light poured in on them. A hideous light. A boiling, pestilential light. A light that would have disfigured hell. The universe was coming to an end. For a few interminable seconds, the restaurant spun silently through the raging void. Then Max spoke again. For those of you who ever hoped to see the light at the end of the tunnel, he said, this is it. The band struck up again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, cried Max. I'll be back with you again in just a moment. And meanwhile, I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Mr. Reg Nullify and his cataclysmic combo. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Reg and the boys. The baleful turmoil of the skies continued. Hesitantly, the audience began to clap, and after a moment or so, normal conversation resumed. Max began his round of the table, swapping jokes, shouting with laughter, earning his living. A large dairy animal approached Zaphod Beeblebrox's table. A large, fat, meaty quadruped of the bovine type, with large, watery eyes, small horns, and what might almost have been an ingratiating smile on its lips. Good evening. It lowed and sat back heavily on its haunches. I am the main dish of the day. May I interest you in parts of my body? It harumphed and gurgled a bit, wriggled its hindquarters into a more comfortable position.
It's funny how much Arthur has a problem with this. It's always
Its
really
gaze was
good.
met by looks of startled bewilderment from Arthur and Trillian, a resigned shrug from Fort Prefect, and naked hunger from Zaphod Beeblebrox. Something off the shoulder, perhaps, suggested the animal, braised in a white wine sauce. Your shoulder? Said Arthur in a horrified whisper. But naturally my shoulder, sir, mooed the animal contentedly. Nobody else's is mine to offer. Zaphod leapt to his feet and started prodding and feeling the animal's shoulder appreciatively.
So here's another fun CyberX trivia. In another game that I did, Let's Nuke Mars, you're an employee of Space Force and you're up in a spaceship pod above Mars, circling around with laser beams, mining stuff. And it's kind of like a comedy backstory, but one of the things that you have in there is a goat, because the corporation that's funding this found it would be too expensive to send, milk and meat and other resources up to the pod that you live in so often, and so instead you have some chickens and you have a goat, and then they can just send feeding stuff up every once in a while. So you have a goat there. But the problem was the government wouldn't allow non-humans to go up into space. Like, you can't just send a goat into space or send chickens into space. And so the solution was that the corporation would have to make a goat that could talk and give consent. And then that way, once the goat could talk and give consent, then it'd be classified as, a human, or not a human, but a person with rights, and then it could agree to go into space. And so the goat talks, so you can talk to the goat in the game. And that's how I justify the goat talking, that government regulations require that they create a talking goat so the goat could give consent so he could go to space, so that they wouldn't have to send food to the astronauts in space. They could just send the food that produced the food. So yeah, a pretty funny like backstory of kind of where I even got that was from this idea of the giving consent animal, and animals can talk. And once again, I think that's another biblical thing. I think animals, the snake talked to Eve. I think animals in the garden, and maybe even up into the flood. Like, if you think like up until the flood period, I think that there's some. I mean, the Bible says that the animals were different, so they acted different with humans, and so I think that they actually communicated to humans. But yeah, that's another interesting thing. The Bible does have animals talk a few times, and in those examples, like the donkey that talks to the king, it's interesting because he doesn't just like talk like the AIs talk. Like, he has personality, and he talks about like his life with the king, and have I ever betrayed you, or have I ever disrespected, or and he really he had the he was just like you or I or anybody else. It wasn't that the animals are some stupid thing and they have no reasoning or no consciousness or no like understanding. I think that's complete bullshit if you look at all the animals that are out there, even like what Douglas is saying with the dolphins. So I don't know. It's really an interesting concept to get into and to kind of like look at, like the animals being able, how much can they understand, and how far does their reasoning go, and if they could talk, would they talk just like normal stuff, or would it just be like this is? So yeah, back to the story.
"Or the rump is very good," murmured the animal. "I've been exercising it and eating plenty of grain, so there's a lot of good meat there." It gave a mellow grunt, gurgled again, and started to chew the cud. It swallowed the cud again. "Or a casserole of me, perhaps," it added. "You mean this animal actually wants us to eat it?" whispered Trillian to Ford. "Me?" said Ford, with a glazed look in his eyes. "I don't mean anything." "That's absolutely horrible," exclaimed Arthur. "That's the most revolting thing I've ever heard." "What's the problem, Earthman?" said Zaphod, now transferring his attention to the animal's enormous rump. "I just don't want to eat an animal that's standing there inviting me to," said Arthur. "It's heartless." "Better than eating an animal that doesn't want to be eaten," said Zaphod. "That's not the point," Arthur protested. Then he thought about it for a moment. "All right," he said, "maybe it is the point. I don't care. I'm not going to think about it now. I'll just, The universe raged about him in its death throes. "I think I'll just have a green salad," he muttered. "May I urge you to consider my liver?" asked the animal. "It must be very rich and tender by now. I've been force-feeding myself for months." "A green salad," said Arthur emphatically. "A green salad," said the animal, rolling his eyes disapprovingly at Arthur. Are you going to tell me, said Arthur, that I shouldn't have a green salad? Well, said the animal, I know many vegetables that are very clear on that point, which is why it was eventually decided to cut through the whole tangled problem and breed an animal that actually wanted to be eaten and was capable of saying so clearly and distinctly. And here I am. It managed a very slight bow. Glass of water, please, said Arthur. Look, said Zaphod, we want to eat. We don't want to make a meal of the issues. 4 rare steaks, please, and hurry. We haven't eaten in 576,000 million years. The animal staggered to its feet. It gave a mellow gurgle. A very wise choice, sir, if I may say so. Very good, it said. I'll just nip off and shoot myself. He turned and gave a friendly wink to Arthur. Don't worry, sir, he said. I'll be very humane. It waddled unhurriedly off to the kitchen. A matter of minutes later, the waiter arrived with 4 huge steaming steaks.
It's so
Zaphod
good.
and Ford
It's
walked
just such
straight
a
into him
good
without a
concept.
second's
Like,
hesitation.
poor
Trillian paused,
Arthur.
then shrugged and started into hers. Arthur stared at his, feeling slightly ill. Hey, Earthman, said Zaphod, with a malicious grin on the face that wasn't stuffing itself. What's eating you? And the band played on. End of side 4. All around the restaurant, people and things relaxed and chatted. The air was filled with talk of this and that, and with the mingled sense of exotic plants, extravagant foods, and insidious wines. For an infinite number of miles in every direction, the universal cataclysm was gathering to a stupefying climax. Glancing at his watch, Max returned to the stage with a flourish. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he beamed, is everyone having one last wonderful time? Yes, called out the sort of people who called out yes when comedians asked them if they're having a wonderful time. That's wonderful, enthused Max. Absolutely wonderful. And as the photon storms gather in swirling crowds around us, preparing to tear apart the last of the red-hot suns, I know you're all going to want to settle back and enjoy with me what I know we will all find an immensely exciting and terminal experience. He paused. He caught the audience with a glittering eye. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, he said, there is nothing penultimate about this one. He paused again. Tonight his timing was immaculate. Time after time he had done the show, night after night. Not that the word night had any meaning here at the extremity of time. All there was the endless repetition of the final moment, as the restaurant rocked slowly forward over the brink of time's furthest edge, and back again. This night was good, though. The audience was writhing in the palm of his sickly hand. His voice dropped. They had to strain to hear him. This, he said, really is the absolute end, the final chilling desolation in which the whole majestic sweep of creation becomes extinct. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the proverbial it. He dropped his voice to lower. In the stillness, a fly would not have dared clear its throat. After this, he said, there is nothing. Void, emptiness, oblivion, absolute nothing. His eyes glittered again, or did they twinkle? Nothing, except, of course, for the sweet trolley and a fine selection of Aldebaran liqueurs. The band gave him a musical sting. He wished they wouldn't. He didn't need it. Not an artist of his caliber. He could play the audience like his own musical instrument. They were laughing with relief. He followed on. And for once, he cried cheerily, you don't have to worry about having a hangover in the morning, because there won't be any more mornings. He beamed at his happy, laughing audience. He glanced up at the sky, going through the same death routine every night. but his glance was only for a fraction of a second. He trusted it to do its job as one professional trusts another. And now, he said, strutting about the stage, at the risk of putting a damper on the wonderful sense of doom and futility here this evening, I would like to welcome a few parties. He pulled a card from his pocket. Do we have... He put up a hand to hold back the cheers. Do we have a party here from the Zansel Quasia Flammarian Bridge Club from beyond the void of Kran? Are they here? A routine cheer came from the back, but he pretended not to hear. He peered around trying to find them. Are they here? He asked again to elicit a louder cheer. He got it, as he always did. Ah, there they are. Well, last bids, lads, and no cheating. Remember, this is a very solemn moment. He lapped up the laughter. And do we have a party of minor deities from the halls of Asgard? Away to his right came a rumble of thunder. Lightning arced across the stage. A small group of hairy men with helmets sat looking very pleased with themselves and raised their glasses to him. Has-beens, he thought to himself. Careful with that hammer, sir, he said. They did their trick with the lightning again. Max gave them a very thin-lipped smile. And thirdly, he said, a party of young conservatives from Sirius B. Are they here? A party of smartly dressed young dogs stopped throwing rolls at each other and started throwing rolls at the stage. They yapped and barked unintelligibly. Yes, said Maxwell, this is all your fault. You realize that? And finally, said Max, quietening the audience down and putting on his solemn face, finally, I believe we have with us here tonight a party of believers, very devout believers, from the Church of the Second Coming of the Great Prophet Zarquon. There were about 20 of them, sitting right out on the edge of the floor, ascetically dressed, sipping mineral water nervously and staying apart from the festivities. They blinked resentfully as the spotlight was turned on them. There they are, said Max, sitting there patiently. He said he'd come again, and he's kept you waiting a long time, so let's hope he's hurrying, fellas, because he's only got 8 minutes left. The party of Zarquon's followers sat rigid, refusing to be buffeted by the waves of uncharitable laughter which swept over them. Max restrained his audience. No, but seriously though, folks, no offence meant. No, I know we shouldn't make fun of deeply held beliefs, so I think a big hand, please, for the great prophet Zarquon. The audience clapped respectfully. Wherever he's got to! He blew a kiss to the stony-faced party and returned to the centre of the stage. He grabbed a tall stool and sat on it. It's marvellous, though, he rattled on, to see so many of you here tonight. No, isn't it, though? Yes, absolutely marvellous, because I know that so many of you come here time and time again, which I think is really wonderful, to come and watch this final end of everything and then return home to your own eras and raise families, strive for new and better societies, fight terrible wars for what you know to be right. It really gives one hope for the future of all life kind. Except, of course, he waved at the blitzing turmoil above and around them, that we know it hasn't got one. Arthur turned to Ford. He hadn't quite got this place worked out in his mind. Look, surely, he said, if the universe is about to end, don't we go with it? Ford gave him a 3-pan-galactic gargle blaster look. In other words, a rather unsteady one. No, he said. Look, he said, as soon as you come into this dive, you get held in this sort of amazing force-shielded temporal warp thing, I think. Oh, said Arthur. He turned his attention back to a bowl of soup he'd managed to get from the waiter to replace his steak. Look, said Ford, I'll show you. He grabbed at a napkin off the table and fumbled hopelessly with it. Look, he said. Imagine this napkin, right? This temporal universe, right? And the spoon as a transductional mode in the matter curve. It took him a while to say this last part, and Arthur hated to interrupt him. That's the spoon I was eating with, he said. Right, said Ford. Imagine this spoon. He found a small wooden spoon on a tray of relishes. This spoon, but found it rather tricky to pick up. No, better still, this fork. Hey, would you let go of my fork? Snapped Zaphod. All right, said Ford. All right. Why don't we say that this wine glass is the temporal universe? What, the one you just knocked on the floor? Did I do that? Yes. All right, said Ford. Forget that. I mean, look, do do you know how the universe actually began for a kickoff? Probably not, said Arthur, who wished he'd never embarked on any of this. All right, said Ford. Imagine this. Right, you get this bath. Right, large, round bath. And it's made of ebony. Where from, said Arthur. Harrods was destroyed by the Vogons. Doesn't matter. Well, so you keep saying. Listen. All right. You get this bath. See? Imagine you've got this bath, and it's ebony. And it's conical. Conical, said Arthur. What's a... said Ford. It's conical. So what you do is, you see, you fill it with fine white sand, all right? Or sugar, fine white sand or sugar. Anything, doesn't matter. Sugar's fine. And when it's full, you pull the plug out. Are you listening? I'm listening. You pull the plug out, and it all just twirls away, you see, out the plug hole. I see. You don't see. You don't see at all. I haven't got the clever bit yet. Do you want to hear the clever bit? Tell me the clever bit. I'll tell you the clever bit. Ford thought for a moment, trying to remember what the clever bit was. The clever bit, he said, is this. You film it happening. Clever, agreed Arthur. You get a movie camera and you film it happening. Clever. That's not the clever bit. This is the clever bit. I remember now that this is the clever bit. The clever bit is that you then thread the film in the projector backwards. Backwards? Yes, threading it backwards is definitely the clever bit. So then you just sit and watch it, and everything just appears to spiral upwards out of the plug hole and fill the bath. See? And that's how the universe began, is it? Said Arthur. No, said Ford, but it's a marvelous way to relax. He reached for his wine glass. Where's my wine glass? He said. It's on the floor. Oh. Tipping back his chair to look for it, Ford collided with the small green waiter who was approaching the table carrying a portable telephone. Ford excused himself to the waiter, explaining that it was because he was extremely drunk. The waiter said that was quite all right and that he perfectly understood. Ford thanked the waiter for his kind indulgence, attempted to tug his forelock, missed by 6 inches, and slid under the table. Mr. Zaphod Beeblebrox? Inquired the waiter. Yeah, said Zaphod, glancing up from his third steak. There is a phone call for you. Hey, what? A phone call, sir. For me? Here? Hey, but I mean, who knows where I am? One of his minds raced, the other dawdled lovingly over the food it was still shoveling in. Excuse me if I carry on, won't you? Said his eating head and carried on. There were now so many people after him he'd lost count. He shouldn't have made such a conspicuous entrance. Hell, why not, though, he thought. How do you know you're having fun if there's no one watching you have it? Maybe somebody tipped off the Galactic Police, said Trillian. Everyone saw you come in. You mean they want to arrest me over the phone? Said Zaphod. Could be. I'm a pretty dangerous dude when I'm cornered. Yeah, said a voice from under the table. You go to pieces so fast people get hit by the shrapnel. Hey, what is this, Judgment Day?
They're so
Snapped
funny.
Zaphod.
It's just such a good,
asked
like,
Arthur nervously.
the whole set
I'm
of
in no hurry,
them.
muttered Zaphod.
My only beef
Okay,
is that they
so
don't
who's
stay
it had on the
longer.
phone? He kicked forward. Hey, get up there, kid, he said to him. I may need you. I am not, said the waiter, personally acquainted with the metal gentleman in question, sir. Metal? Yes, sir. Did you say metal? Yes, sir. I said that I am not personally acquainted with the metal gentleman in question. Okay, carry on. But I am informed that he has been awaiting your return for a considerable number of millennia. It seems that you left here somewhat precipitately. Left here? Said Zaphod. Are you being strange? We only just arrived here. Indeed, sir, persisted the waiter doggedly. But before you arrived here, sir, I understand that you left here. Zaphod tried this in one brain and then in the other. You're saying, he said, that before we arrived here, we left here? This is going to be a long night, thought the waiter. Precisely, sir, he said. Put your analysts on danger money, baby, advised Zaphod. No, wait a minute. said Ford, emerging above table level again. Where exactly is here? But to be absolutely exact, sir, it is the Frogstar World B. But we just left there, protested Zaphod. We left there and came to the restaurant at the end of the universe. Yes, sir, said the waiter, feeling that he was now into the home stretch and running well. The one was constructed on the ruins of the other. Oh, said Arthur brightly. You mean we've travelled in time but not in space? Listen, you semi-evolved simian, cut in Zaphod. Go climb a tree, will you? Arthur bristled. Go bang your heads together, Four Eyes, he advised Zaphod. No, the waiter said to Zaphod. Your monkey has got it right, sir. Arthur stuttered in fury and said nothing apposite or indeed coherent. You jumped forward, I believe, 576,000 million years, while staying in exactly the same place, explained the waiter. He smiled. He had a wonderful feeling that he'd finally won through against what seemed to be insuperable odds. That's it, said Zaphod. I got it. I told the computer to send us to the nearest place to eat. That's exactly what it did. Give or take 576,000 million years or whatever, we never moved. Neat. They all agreed that this is very neat. But who, said Zaphod, is the cat on the phone? Whatever happened to Marvin? Said Trillian. Zaphod clapped his hands to his head. The paranoid android! I left him moping about on Frogstar B. When was this? Well, 576,000 million years ago, I suppose, said Zaphod. Hey, hand me the rat rod plate, Captain. The little waiter's eyebrows wandered about his forehead in confusion. I beg your pardon, sir? The phone, waiter, said Zaphod, grabbing it off him. Gee, you guys are so unhip, it's a wonder your bums don't fall off. Indeed, sir. Hey, Marvin, is that you? Said Zaphod into the phone. How you doing, kid? There was a long pause before a thin, low voice came up the line. I think you ought to know I'm feeling very depressed, it said. Zaphod cupped his hand over the phone. It's Marvin, he said. Hey, Marvin,
So
he said
good.
into the phone again. We're having a great time. Food, wine, a little personal abuse, and the universe going boom. Where can we find you? Again, the pause. You don't have to pretend to be interested in me, you know, said Marvin at last. I know perfectly well I'm only a menial robot. Okay, said Zaphod, but where are
But
you?
he's not a menial
Reverse
robot.
primary thrust, Marvin. That's what they say to me. Open airlock number 3, Marvin. Marvin, can you pick up that piece of paper? Can I pick up that piece of paper? Here I am, brain the size of a planet, and they ask me to... Yeah, sympathized Zaphod hardly at all. But I'm quite used to being humiliated, droned Marvin. I can even go and stick my head in a bucket of water if you like. Would you like me to go and stick my head in a bucket of water? I've got one ready. Wait a minute. Hey, Marvin, interrupted Zaphod, but it was too late. Sad little clunks and gurgles came up the line. What's he saying? Asked Trillian. Nothing, said Zaphod. He just phoned up to wash his head at us. There, said Marvin, coming back on the line and bubbling a bit. I hope that gave satisfaction. Yeah, said Zaphod. Now, will you please tell us where you are? I'm in the car park, said Marvin. The car park? Said Zaphod. What are you doing there? Parking cars. What else does one do in a car park? Okay, hang in there. We'll be right down. In one movement, Zaphod leapt to his feet, threw down the phone, and wrote Hot Black Desiato on the bill. Come on, guys, he said. Marvin's in the car park. Let's get on down. What's he doing in the car park? Said Arthur. Parking cars. What else, dum-dum? But what about the end of the universe? We'll miss the big moment. I've seen it. It's rubbish, said Zaphod. Nothing but a gnab gib. A what? Opposite of a big bang. Come on, let's get zappy. Few of the other diners paid them any attention as they weaved their way through the restaurant to the exit. Their eyes were riveted on the horror of the skies. An interesting effect to watch for, Max was telling them, is in the upper left-hand quadrant of the sky, where if you look very carefully, you'll see the star system Hastromill boiling away into the ultraviolet. Anyone here from Hastromill? There are one or two slightly hesitant cheers from somewhere at the back. Well, said Max, beaming cheerfully at them, it's too late to worry about whether you left the gas on now. Chapter 18. The main reception foyer was almost empty, but Ford nevertheless weaved his way through it. Zaphod grasped him firmly by the arm and maneuvered him into a cubicle standing to one side of the entrance hall. "What are you doing to him?" asked Arthur. Sobering him up," said Zaphod, and pushed a coin into a slot. Lights flashed, gases swirled. "Hi," said Ford, stepping out a moment later. "Where are we going?" "Down to the car park, come on." "What about the personnel time teleport?" said Ford. "Get us straight back to the Heart of Gold." "Yeah, but I've cooled on that ship. Zarniwoop can have it. I don't want to play his games. Let's see what we can find." A Sirius Cybernetics Corporation Happy Vertical People Transporter took them down deep into the substrata beneath the restaurant. They were glad to see it had been vandalized and didn't try to make them happy as well as take them down. At the bottom of the shaft, the lift doors opened and a blast of cold, stale air hit them. The first thing they saw on leaving the lift was a long concrete wall with over 50 doors in it, offering lavatory facilities for all of 50 major life forms. Nevertheless, like every car park in the galaxy throughout the entire history of car parks, this car park smelt predominantly of impatience. They turned a corner and found themselves on a moving
thought he was gonna say
catwalk
P.
that traversed a vast cavernous
That would've been
space
my
that stretched
vote.
off into the dim distance. It was divided off into bays, each of which contained a spaceship belonging to one of the diners upstairs, some smallish and utilitarian mass-production models, others vast shining limo ships, the playthings of the very rich. Zaphod's eyes sparkled with something that may or may not have been avarice as he passed over them. In fact, it's best to be clear on this point. Avarice is definitely what it was. "There he is," said Trillian. "Marvin, down there." They looked where she was pointing. Dimly they could see a small metal figure listlessly rubbing a small rag on one remote corner of a giant silver sun cruiser. At short intervals along the moving catwalk, wide, transparent tubes led down to the floor level. Zaphod stepped off the catwalk into one of these and floated gently downwards. The others followed. Thinking back to this later, Arthur thought it was the single most enjoyable experience of his travels in the galaxy. "Hey, Marvin," said Zaphod, striding over towards him. "Hey, kid, are we pleased to see you?" Marvin turned, and insofar as it is possible for a totally inert metal face to look reproachful, this is what it did. "No, you're not," he said. "No one ever is." Suit yourself," said Zaphod, and turned away to ogle the ships. Ford went with him. Only Trillian and Arthur actually went up to Marvin. "No, really we are," said Trillian, and patted him in a way that he disliked intensely, hanging around waiting for us all this time. 576,000,003,579 years, said Marvin. "I counted them." "Well, we're here now," said Trillian, feeling quite correctly in Marvin's view that it was a slightly foolish thing to say. "The first 10 million years were the worst," said Marvin. "And the second 10 million, they were the worst too. The third 10 million I didn't enjoy at all. After that I went into a bit of a decline." Paused just long enough to make them feel they ought to say something, and then interrupted. "It's the people you meet in this job that really get you down," he said, and paused again. Trillian cleared her throat. "Is that?" "The best conversation I had was over 40 million years ago," continued Marvin. Again the pause. "Oh dear, and that was with a coffee machine." He waited. "Well, that's a—" "You don't like talking to me, do you?" said Marvin in a low, desolate tone. Trillian talked to Arthur instead. Further down the chamber, Ford Prefect had found something of which he very much liked the look. Several such things, in fact. "Zaphod," he said in a quiet voice, "just look at some of these little star trolleys." Zaphod looked and liked. The craft they were looking at was in fact pretty small, but extraordinary and very much a rich kid's toy. It was not much to look at. It resembled nothing so much as a paper dart about 20 feet long, made of thin but tough metal foil. At the rear end was a small horizontal two-man cockpit. It had a tiny charm drive engine, which was not capable of moving it at any great speed.
I'd love to
The thing it did
see this ship visualized as well, because it's one of the hard things to like visualize, I think, This is the black ship with the black console.
However, was a heat sink. The heat sink had a mass of some 2,000 billion tons and was contained within a black hole mounted in an electromagnetic field situated halfway along the length of the ship, and this heat sink enabled the craft to be maneuvered within a few miles of a yellow sun, there to catch and ride the solar flares that burst out from its surface. Flare riding is one of the most exotic and exhilarating sports in existence, and those who can dare and afford to do it are amongst the most lionized men in the galaxy. It is also, of course, stupefyingly dangerous, and those who don't die riding invariably die of sexual exhaustion at one of the Daedalus Club's après-flare parties. Ford and Zaphod looked and passed on. "And this baby," said Ford, "the Tangerine Star Buggy with the black sunbusters." Again, the Star Buggy was a small ship, a totally misnamed one, in fact, because the one thing it couldn't manage was interstellar distances. Basically, it was a sporty planet hopper, dolled up to look like something it wasn't. Nice lines, though. They passed on. The next one was a big one, and 30 yards long, a coach-built limo ship, and obviously designed with one aim in mind, that of making the beholder sick with envy. The paintwork and accessory detail clearly said, "Not only am I rich enough to afford this ship, I am also rich enough not to take it seriously." It was wonderfully hideous. "Just look at it," said Zaphod. "Multi-cluster quark drive, Perspulex running boards. Gotta be a Laszlo Lyricon custom job." He examined every inch. "Yes," he said, "look, the Infra-Pink Lizard album on the neutrino cowling, Laszlo's trademark. The man has no shame." "I was passed by one of these mothers once up by the Axel Nebula," said Ford. "I was going flat out, and this thing just strolled past me, star drive hardly ticking over. Just incredible." Zaphod whistled appreciatively. 10 seconds later," said Ford, "it smashed straight into the third moon of Jaglin Beta." "Yeah, right? Amazing looking ship, though. Looks like a fish, moves like a fish, steers like a cow." Ford looked around the other side. "Hey, come see," he called out. "There's a big mural painted on this side, a bursting sun. Disaster Area's trademark. This must be Hot Black's ship, lucky old bugger. They do this terrible song, you know, which ends with a stunt ship crashing into the sun. Meant to be an amazing spectacle. Expensive in stunt ships, though." Zaphod's attention, however, was elsewhere. His attention was riveted on the ship standing next to Hot Black Desiato's limo. His mouth hung open. "That," he said, "that is really bad for the eyes." Ford looked. He too stood astonished. It was a ship of classic, simple design, like a flattened salmon, 20 yards long, very clean, very sleek. There was just one remarkable thing about it. "It's so black," said Ford Prefect. "You can hardly make out its shape. Light just seems to fall into it." Zaphod said nothing. He had simply fallen in love. The blackness of it was so extreme that it was almost impossible to tell how close he was standing to it. "Your eyes just slide off it," said Ford in wonder. It was an emotional moment. He bit his lip. Zaphod moved forward to it, slowly, like a man possessed, or more accurately, like a man who wanted to possess. His hand reached out to stroke it. His hand stopped. His hand reached out to stroke it again. His hand stopped again. "Hey, come and feel the surface," he said in a hushed voice. Ford put his hand out to feel it. His hand stopped. You can't," he said. "See," said Zaphod, "it's just totally frictionless. This must be one mother of a mover." He turned to look at Ford seriously. At least one of his heads did. The other stayed gazing in awe at the ship. "What do you reckon, Ford?" he said. "You mean, Ford looked over his shoulder. "You mean, stroll off with it? You think we should?" No, nor do I. But we're going to, aren't we? How can we not? They gazed a little longer, till Zaphod suddenly pulled himself together. We better shift soon, he said. In a moment or so, the universe will have ended, and all the captain creeps will come pouring down here to find their Bourgemobiles. Zaphod, said Ford. Yeah? How do we do it? Simple, said Zaphod. He turned. Marvin, he called. Slowly, laboriously, and with a million little clanking and creaking noises that he'd learned to simulate, Marvin turned round to answer the summons. Come on over here, said Zaphod. We've got a job for you. Marvin trudged towards them. I won't enjoy it, he said. Yes, you will, enthused Zaphod. There's a whole new life stretching out ahead of you. Oh, not another one, groaned Marvin. Look, will you shut up and listen, hissed Zaphod. This time there's going to be excitement and adventure and really wild things. Sounds awful. Marvin, all I'm trying to ask you... I suppose you want me to open the spaceship for you. What? Yeah, that's right, said Zaphod jumpily. He was keeping at least 3 eyes on the entrance. Time was short. Well, I wish you'd just tell me rather than trying to engage my enthusiasm, said Marvin, because I haven't got one. He walked on up to the ship, touched it, and a hatchway swung open. Ford and Zaphod stared at the opening. Don't mention it, said Marvin. Oh, you didn't. He trudged away again. Arthur and Trillian clustered round. What's happening? Asked Arthur. Look at this, said Ford. Look at the interior of this ship. Weirder and weirder, breathed Zaphod. It's black, said Ford. Everything in it is just totally black. In the restaurant, things were fast approaching the moment after which there wouldn't be any more moments. All eyes were fixed on the dome, other than those of Hot Black Desiato's bodyguard, which were looking intently at Hot Black Desiato, and those of Hot Black Desiato himself, which the bodyguard had closed out of respect. The bodyguard leaned forward over the table. Had Hot Black Desiato been alive, he would probably have deemed this a good moment to lean back, or even go for a short walk. His bodyguard was not a man who improved with proximity. On account of his unfortunate condition, however, Hot Black Desiato remained totally inert. Mr. Desiato, sir, whispered the bodyguard. Whenever he spoke, it looked as if the muscles on either side of his mouth were clambering over each other to get out of the way. Mr. Desiato, can you hear me? Hot Black Desiato, quite naturally, said nothing. Hot Black, hissed the bodyguard. Again, quite naturally, Hot Black Desiato did not reply. Supernaturally, however, he did. On the table in front of him, a wine glass rattled, and a fork rose an inch or so and tapped against the glass. It settled on the table again. The bodyguard gave a satisfied grunt. It's time we were going, Mr. Desiato, muttered the bodyguard. Don't want to get caught in the rush, not in your condition. You want to get to the next gig nice and relaxed. There was a really big audience for it, one of the best, Kakrafoon, 576,002 million years ago. Had you will have been looking forward to it? The fork rose again, paused, waggled in a non-committal sort of way, and dropped again. Come on, said the bodyguard. It's going to have been great. You knocked 'em cold. The bodyguard would have given Dr. Dan Street Mentioner an apoplectic attack. The black ship going into the sun always gets 'em, and the new one's a beauty. Be real sorry to see it go. If we get on down there, I'll set the black ship autopilot and we'll cruise off in the limo, okay? The fork tapped once in agreement, and the glass of wine mysteriously emptied itself. The bodyguard wheeled Hot Black Desiato's chair out of the restaurant. And now, cried Max from the centre of the stage, the moment you've all been waiting for. He flung his arms into the air. Behind him, the band went into a frenzy of percussion and rolling synth accords. Max had argued with them about this, but they claimed it was in their contract and that's what they would do. His agent would have to sort it out. The skies begin to boil, he cried. Nature collapses into the screaming void. In 20 seconds' time, the universe itself will be at an end. See where the light of infinity bursts in upon us. The hideous fury of destruction blazed about them, and at that moment a still small trumpet sounded as from an infinite distance. Max's eyes swiveled round to glare at the band. None of them seemed to be playing a trumpet. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke was swirling and shimmering on the stage next to him. The trumpet was joined by more trumpets. Over 500 times Max had done this show, and nothing like this had ever happened before. He drew back in alarm from the swirling smoke, and as he did so, a figure slowly materialized inside, the figure of an ancient man, bearded, robed, and wreathed in light. In his eyes were stars, and on his brow a golden crown. "What's this?" whispered Max, wild-eyed. "What's happening?" At the back of the restaurant, the stony-faced party from the Church of the Second Coming of the great prophet Zarquon leapt ecstatically to their feet, chanting and crying. Max blinked in amazement. He threw up his arms to the audience. "A big hand, please! Ladies and gentlemen," he hollered, "for the great prophet Zarquon! He has come! Zarquon has come again!" Thunderous applause broke out as Max strode across the stage and handed his microphone to the prophet. Zarquon coughed. He peered round at the assembled gathering. The stars in his eyes twinkled uneasily. He handled the microphone with confusion. He said, "Hello? Look, I'm sorry I'm a bit late. I've had the most ghastly time, all sorts of things cropping up at the last moment." He seemed nervous with the expectant, awed hush. He cleared his throat. "How are we for time?" he said. "Have I just got a..." And so the universe ended. Chapter 19. One of the major selling points of that wholly remarkable travel book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, apart from its relative cheapness and the fact that it has the words "Don't Panic" written in large friendly letters on its cover, is its compendious and occasionally accurate glossary. The statistics relating to the geosocial nature of the universe, for instance, are deftly set out between pages 938,324 and 938,326. And the simplistic style in which they are written is partly explained by the fact that the editors, having to meet a publishing deadline, copied the information off the back of a packet of breakfast cereal, hastily embroidering it with a few footnotes, in order to avoid prosecution under the incomprehensibly tortuous galactic copyright laws. It is interesting to note that a later and wilier editor sent the book backwards in time through a temporal warp, and then successfully sued the breakfast cereal company for infringement of the same laws. Here is a sample. The universe. Some information to help you live in it. 1. Area. Infinite. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy offers this definition of the word infinite. Infinite. Bigger than the biggest thing ever, and then some. Much bigger than that, in fact. Really amazingly immense. A totally stunning size. I mean, real, wow, that's big time. Infinity is just so big that by comparison, bigness itself looks really titchy. Gigantic multiplied by colossal multiplied by staggeringly huge is the sort of concept we're trying to get across here. 2. Imports. None. It is impossible to import things into an infinite area, there being no outside to import things in from. 3. Exports. None. See imports. 4. Population. None. It is known that there are an infinite number of worlds simply because there is an infinite amount of space for them to be in. However, not every one of them is inhabited. Therefore, there must be a finite number of inhabited worlds. Any finite number divided by infinity is as near to nothing as makes no odds. So the average population of all the planets in the universe can be said to be 0. From this it follows that the population of the whole universe is also 0, and any people you may meet from time to time are merely the products of a deranged imagination. 5. Monetary units. None. In fact, there are 3 freely convertible currencies in the galaxy, but none of them count. The Altarian dollar has recently collapsed, the Flanian pobble bead is only exchangeable for other Flanian pobble beads, and the Triganic pew has its own very special problems. Its exchange rate of 8 Nengis to 1 pew is simple enough, but since a Nengi is a triangular rubber coin 6,800 miles along each side, no one has ever collected enough to own 1 pew. Nengis are not negotiable currency because the galactic banks refuse to deal in fiddling small change. From this basic premise, it is simple to prove that the galactic banks are also the product of a deranged imagination. 6. Art. None. The function of art is to hold the mirror up to nature, and there simply isn't a mirror big enough. See point 1. 7. Sex. None. Well, in fact, there is an awful lot of this, largely because of the total lack of money, trade, banks, art, or anything else that might keep all the non-existent people of the universe occupied. However, it is not worth embarking on a long discussion of it now, because it really is terribly complicated. For further information, see Guide Chapters 7, 9, 10, 11, 14, 16, 17, 19, 21 to 84 inclusive, and in fact, most of the rest of the guide. Chapter 20. The restaurant continued existing, but everything else had stopped. Temporal relostatics held it and protected it in a nothingness that wasn't merely a vacuum, it was simply nothing. There was nothing in which a vacuum could be said to exist. The force-shielded dome had once again been rendered opaque. The party was over. The diners were leaving. Zarquon had vanished along with the rest of the universe. The time turbines were preparing to pull the restaurant back across the brink of time in readiness for the lunch sitting. And Max Quadrupleen was back in his small, curtained dressing room, trying to raise his agent on the temperphone. In the car park stood the black ship, closed and silent. Into the car park came the late Mr. Hotblack Desiato, propelled along the moving catwalk by his bodyguard. They descended one of the tubes. As they approached the limo ship, a hatchway swung down from its side, engaged the wheels of the wheelchair, and drew it inside. The bodyguard followed, and having seen his boss safely connected up to his death support system, moved up to the small cockpit. Here he operated the remote control system, which activated the autopilot in the black ship, lying next to the limo, thus causing great relief to Zaphod Beeblebrox, who had been trying to start the thing for over 10 minutes. The black ship glided smoothly forward out of its bay, turned, and moved down the central causeway swiftly and quietly. At the end, it accelerated rapidly, flung itself into the temporal launch chamber, and began the long journey back into the distant past. The Milky Way's lunch menu quotes, by permission, a passage from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The passage is this: "The history of every major galactic civilization tends to pass through 3 distinct and recognizable phases, those of survival, inquiry, and sophistication, otherwise known as the how, why, and where phases. For instance, the first phase is characterized by the question, how can we eat? The second by the question, why do we eat? And the third by the question, where shall we have lunch? The menu goes on to suggest that Milliways, the restaurant at the end of the universe, would be a very agreeable and sophisticated answer to that third question. What it doesn't go on to say is that though it will usually take a large civilization many thousands of years to pass through the how, why, and where phases, small social groupings under stressful conditions can pass through them with extreme rapidity. "How are we doing?" said Arthur Dent. "Badly," said Ford Prefect. "Where are we going?" said Trillian. "I don't know," said Zaphod Beeblebrox. "Why not?" demanded Arthur Dent. "Shut up," suggested Zaphod Beeblebrox and Ford Prefect. "Basically what you're trying to say," said Arthur Dent, ignoring the suggestion, "is that we're out of control." The ship was rocking and swaying sickeningly as Ford and Zaphod tried to wrest control from the autopilot. The engines howled and whined like tired children in a supermarket. It's the wild colour scheme that freaks me, said Zaphod, whose love affair with the ship had lasted almost 3 minutes into the flight. Every time you try to operate one of these weird black controls that are labelled in black on a black background, a little black light lights up black to let you know you've done it. I mean, what is it, some kind of galactic hyperhearse? The walls of the swaying cabin were also black. The ceiling was black. The seats, which were rudimentary since the only important trip this ship was designed for was supposed to be unmanned, were black. The control panel was black. The instruments were black. The little screws that held them in place were black. The thin, tufted nylon floor covering was black, and when they lifted up a corner of it, they discovered that the foam underlay was also black. Perhaps whoever designed it had eyes that responded to different wavelengths, offered Trillian. Or didn't have much imagination, muttered Arthur. Perhaps, said Marvin. He was feeling very depressed. In fact, though they didn't know it, the decor had been chosen in honour of its owner's sad, lamented, and tax-deductible condition. The ship gave a particularly sickening lurch. Take it easy, pleaded Arthur. You're making me space-sick. Time-sick, said Ford. We're plummeting backwards through time. Thank you, said Arthur. Now I think I really am going to be ill. Oh, go ahead, said Zaphod. We could do a little colour about the place. This is meant to be polite after-dinner conversation, is it? Snapped Arthur. Zaphod left the controls to Ford to figure out, and lurched over to Arthur. Look, Earthman, he said angrily, you got a job to do, right? The question with the element answer, right? What, that thing, said Arthur? I thought we'd forgotten about that. Not me, baby. Like the mice said, it's worth a lot of money in the right quarters, and it's all locked up in that head thing of yours. Yes, but nothing. You think about it, the meaning of life. We get our fingers on that, we can hold every shrink in the galaxy up to ransom, and that's worth a bundle. I owe mine a mint. Arthur took a deep breath without much enthusiasm. All right, he said, but where do we start? I mean, how should I know? They say the ultimate answer or whatever is 42. How am I supposed to know what the question is? It could be anything. I mean, what's 6 times 7? Zaphod looked at him hard for a moment. Then his eyes blazed with excitement. 42! He cried. Arthur wiped his palm across his forehead. Yes, he said patiently, I know that. Zaphod's faces fell. I'm just saying the question could be anything at all, said Arthur, and I don't see how I'm meant to know. Because, hissed Zaphod, you were there when your planet did the big firework. We have a thing on Earth, began Arthur. Had, corrected Zaphod, called tact. Oh, never mind. Look, I just don't know. A low voice echoed dully round the cabin. I know, said Marvin. Ford called out from the controls he was still fighting a losing battle with. Stay out of this, Marvin, he said. This is organism talk.
Even right there, like Marvin's
It's printed in the Earthman's brainwave patterns, continued Marvin. But I don't suppose you'll be very interested in knowing that. You mean, said Arthur, you mean you can see into my mind? Yes, said Marvin. Arthur stared in astonishment. And, he said, it amazes me how you manage to live in anything that small. Ah, said Arthur, abuse. Yes, confirmed Marvin. Ah, ignore him, said Zaphod, he's only making it up. Making it up, said Marvin, swivelling his head in a parody of astonishment. Why should I want to make anything up? Life's bad enough as it is without wanting to invent any more of it. Marvin, said Trillian in the gentle, kindly voice that only she was still capable of assuming in talking to this misbegotten creature, if you knew all along, then why didn't you tell us? Marvin's head swiveled back to her. You didn't ask, he said simply. Well, we're asking you now, metal man, said Ford, turning round to look at him. At that moment, the ship suddenly stopped rocking and swaying. The engine pitch settled down to a gentle hum. Hey, Ford, said Zaphod. That sounds good. Have you worked out the controls on this boat? No, said Ford. I just stopped fiddling with them. I reckon we just got to go wherever this ship is going and get off it fast. Yeah, right, said Zaphod. I could tell you weren't really interested, murmured Marvin to himself, and slumped into a corner and switched himself off. Trouble is, said Ford, that the one instrument in this whole ship that's giving any reading is worrying me. If it's what I think it is, and it's saying what I think it's saying, then we've already gone too far back into the past, maybe as much as 2 million years before our own time. Zaphod shrugged. Time is bunk, he said. I wonder who this ship belongs to, anyway. said Arthur. Me, said Zaphod. No, I mean who it really belongs to. No, really me, insisted Zaphod. Look, property is theft, right? Therefore theft is property, therefore the ship is mine, okay? Tell the ship that, said Arthur. Zaphod strode over to the console. Ship, he said, banging on the panels. This is your new owner speaking to... He got no further. Several things happened at once. The ship dropped out of time travel mode and re-emerged into real space. All the controls on the console, which had been shut down for the time trip, now lit up. A large vision screen above the console winked into life, revealing a wide starscape and a single, very large sun dead ahead of them. None of these things, however, was responsible for the fact that Zaphod was at the same moment hurled bodily backwards against the rear of the cabin, as were all the others. They were hurled back by a single thunderous clap of noise that thudded out of the monitor speakers surrounding the vision screen. End of Side 5. Chapter 21. Down on the dry red world of Kakrafoon, in the middle of the vast rud-lit desert, the stage technicians were testing the sound system. That is to say, the sound system was in the desert, not the technicians. They had retreated to the safety of Disaster Area's giant control ship, which hung in orbit some 400 miles above the surface of the planet, and they were testing the sound from there. Anyone within 5 miles of the speaker silos wouldn't have survived the tuning up. If Arthur Dent had been within 5 miles of the speaker silos, then his expiring thought would have been that in both size and shape, the sound rig closely resembled Manhattan. Risen out of the silos, the neutron phase speaker stacks towered monstrously against the sky, obscuring the banks of plutonium reactors and seismic amps behind them. Buried deep in concrete bunkers beneath the city of speakers lay the instruments that the musicians would control from their ship. The massive photon agitator, the bass detonator, and the Megabang drum complex. It was going to be a noisy show. Aboard the giant control ship, all was activity and bustle. Hot black Decia...
It's such a weird thing, like... I don't know, I kind of wish they would have stayed on... at the restaurant longer, hung out there more, but then they get on the ship and it's interesting because then they just kind of disappear and go their separate ways, and all kinds of everything kind of breaks apart from here.
Otto's limo ship, a mere tadpole beside it, had arrived and docked, and the lamented gentleman was being transported down the high-vaulted corridors to meet the medium who was going to interpret his psychic impulses onto the Adjuitar keyboard. A doctor, a logician, and a marine biologist had also arrived, flown in at phenomenal expense from Maximegalon to try to reason with the lead singer, who had locked himself in the bathroom with a bottle of pills and was refusing to come out till it could be proved conclusively to him that he wasn't a fish. The bass player was busy machine-gunning his bedroom, and the drummer was nowhere on board. Frantic inquiries led to the discovery that he was standing on a beach on Santraginus 5, over 100 light-years away, where, he claimed, he had been happy for over half an hour now, and had found a small stone that would be his friend. The band's manager was profoundly relieved. It meant that for the 17th time on this tour, the drums would be played by a robot, and that therefore the timing of the symbolistics would be right. The sub-ether was buzzing with the communications of the stage technicians testing the speaker channels.
That feels a lot like
and this
now,
it was that was being relayed to the interior of the black ship. Its dazed occupants lay against the back wall of the cabin and listened to the voices on the monitor speakers. "Okay, channel 9 on power," said a voice. "Testing channel 15. Another thumping crack of noise walloped through the ship. "Channel 15 A-OK," said another voice. Third voice cut in. "The black stunt ship is now in position," it said. "It's looking good. Gonna be a great sun dive. Stage computer online?" The computer voice answered. "Online," it said. "Take control of the black ship." Black ship locked into trajectory program on standby. Testing channel 20. Zaphod leapt across the cabin and switched frequencies on the sub-ether
The
receiver
amount of
before the
stuff
next mind
that
pulverized.
he, like going back and forth on the chat dialogue is just insane. Like, it's one thing if you're at like the BBC with a team of like voice actors and a group of people, like this is their thing, and you're bouncing things back and forth, or you're reading scripts. But I mean, he's doing all of this like himself without all of that, and able to, like, granted this is all written, but because I think every once in a while you hear him flip the paper, but it's such a phenomenal concept that can go back and forth so fast. Like, I've listened to like Tom Clancy books and other stuff that have a lot of detail, but I really enjoy like how like the dialogue here is not even like pertinent to much of the story, I guess you'd say, but at the same point it's so immersive. That's why it's so good, is because there's so much to it that you just don't get in so many other places, especially today. Like today it's more about eye candy than it's about the actual like detail and the enjoyment of building the. It's an interesting thing because like in game development, like you spend so much time like building out like what the world's gonna look like. In books you have to do the same thing more and more because movies have taken over, just stopped close to the same thing. I wish this had like shelf or like
noise hit them. He stood there quivering. What? Said Trillian in a small, quiet voice. Does sundive mean?
It means, said Marvin, that the ship is going to dive into the sun. Sun. Dive. It's very simple to
I
understand.
love that Marvin
What do you
is
expect
like
if you see a hot black Desiato
so
stunt
good.
ship?
So good that Marvin
How
has
do
to
you
like
know,
step in
said
and be like,
Zaphod
you
in a
guys are
voice that would make a vegan snow lizard feel chilly, that this is Hot Black Desiato's stunt ship?
Simple, said Marvin. I parked it for him.
Then why didn't you tell us?
You said you wanted excitement and adventure and really wild things.
This is awful, said Arthur, unnecessarily in the pause which followed.
That's what I said,
confirmed Marvin. On a different frequency, the sub-ether receiver had picked up a public broadcast which now echoed around the cabin. Fine weather for the concert here this afternoon. I'm standing here in the front of the stage, the reporter lied, in the middle of the Rudlet Desert, and with the aid of hyperbinocular glasses, I can just about make out the huge audience cowering there on the horizon all around me. Behind me, the speaker stacks rise like a sheer cliff face, and high above me, the sun is shining away and doesn't know what's going to hit it. The environmentalist lobby do know what's going to hit it, and they claim that the concert will cause earthquakes, tidal waves, hurricanes, irreparable damage to the atmosphere, and all the usual things that environmentalists usually go on about. But I've just had a report that a representative of disaster area met with environmentalists at lunchtime and had them all shot, so nothing now lies in the way of... Zaphod switched it off. He turned to Ford. You know what I'm thinking, he said. I think so, said Ford. Tell me what you think I'm thinking. I think you're thinking it's time we got off this ship. I think you're right, said Zaphod. I think you're right, said Ford. How? Said Arthur. Quiet, said Ford and Zaphod. We're thinking. So this is it, said Arthur. We're going to die. We should stop saying that, said Ford. It is worth repeating at this point the theories that Ford had come up with on his first encounter with human beings to account for their peculiar habit of continually stating and restating the very, very obvious, as in, it's a nice day, or you're very tall, or so this is it, we're going to die. His first theory was that if human beings didn't keep exercising their lips, their mouths probably seized up. After a few months of observation,
I think this is like a really valid point even today. They should almost teach this in school. It's such a good, this whole line of why do humans have to state these obvious things? Like, it's amazing how often this is the case, even to the point where like it's a trope in a lot of sci-fi. Galaxy Quest did it the best with the communications officer that has to like repeat the everything the computer says, which is just great. Like this, it's so epic. I've got one job to do. It's just so good. I love this whole concept. They just built it so well, like so well put together.
he'd come up with a second theory, which was this. If human beings don't keep exercising
Okay, well it's super late. I think I'm gonna call it there for tonight, and I'll probably start up part 2 tomorrow of our review and just keep going through and doing commentary and see how it goes. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe and comment what you think so far, and